Bro, why am I watching this? They're not going to draw any teams for like an hour, bro. They're not going to draw any teams for like an hour. I'm just sitting here watching Kevin Hart next to a lady that's taller than him. Broken cha-da-da-da. Hey, guys, I don't know if you noticed this. I know the World Cup draw is going on, but they haven't drawn any teams, and they probably won't for a long time because Kevin Hart is currently on the stage. But we have raised, if you saw, while I was offline, over 15,000 pounds for Warchild. We are over 15,000 pounds raised for Warchild, doing charity streams all week. We had 5 anonymous 35-pound donations to get the games package. Huge appreciation. What's up, Twitch? What's up, YouTube? We're watching the World Cup draw today. The magical time once every 4 years where every nation believes they have a chance to be the story of the World Cup. And some of those dreams will die today. Some of those dreams will die today, unfortunately. But that does give us some more FM wheels. That is 100% the truth. I believe we have another FM wheel spin at the start of the save, but we're gonna pick up the save obviously after the World Cup draw. We're gonna watch along with the World Cup draw first. They're doing. If you're in the U.S., it's on Fox. I've got it up on my YouTube TV on my screen right now, so I actually have the ability to watch it. Yeah, I mean, what are some truths of the World Cup, chat? What are some truths of the World Cup draw that we always understand, right? Some truths of the World Cup draw that we always understand. England's going to get an easy group, right? We know England's getting an easy group. But let me get the World Cup pots up. I know I won't be leaving here. I know I won't be leaving here with you. I'm going to get the World Cup pots up. Hello, Kevin Hart. How are you doing, man? If England gets Scotland, that game will be 0-0. That is an absolute irrefutable truth. Yes. Can a foreign manager win this time? I hope so. The U.S. has a foreign manager. I mean, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Super Stanots, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for supporting the stream. Scrub, thank you for the tier 1, my brother. Welcome to an Elite Online Gaming. Big man hit the funny number. Big man on campus, thank you for the 67 months supporting the stream and being a great mod. You've been tremendous with all of the draws of the FM26 copies. That's been great. NDRW, thank you for the 19 months. I know I'm deep in enemy territory, but oh, Canada. Nice. Hey, I hope you guys get a solid draw too. Just one that allows us to also get a solid draw. Norvsterian, thank you for the 16 months. Whopping Bloke, thank you for the 41 months. And my goodness. That's Ryan Jones with the 70 months, dude. I appreciate it. Every Ecuador match is guaranteed to finish 0-0. Also, huge. It looks like anonymous, but it's not. It's Euronymous with the 35-pound donation to Warchild. Shout out Euronymous. Thank you so much. Is this cringe to watch live, the scripted mess? Yeah, bro, it's incredibly cringe to watch live. I think I've muted it, so I'm going to try and unmute here.
Humanity since over 100 years, right?
Yep, okay. That'll get me DMCA'd in about 5 seconds. So I think I muted the wrong audio path. Now you shouldn't be able to hear it, but I can, because I'm not trying to get DMCA'd, but I am trying to watch it. Dude, Gianni Infantino is glazing Trump so hard. It's cringe. I'm going to borrow all of the phrases from people younger than me. He'd be doing splits on it. The glazing. No, I mean, I know this is all going to be part of it. I'm just waiting for it to. I'm waiting for this part of the freaking draw to end, dude. It's a shame that Trudeau is not still the Prime Minister of Canada, because then Katy Perry would be here as his date, and that would be really funny. Because he's dating Katy Perry now. He like met with the Prime Minister of Japan. I'm gonna turn the music off for the Twitch streamers so that you guys can watch the draw and watch the stream. So we're gonna do silent stream. We're watching the FIFA World Cup draw. Yeah, Trudeau, the former the last Prime Minister of Canada, is dating Katy Perry. Henry, thank you for the 2 months. Can't wait to get Haiti in the office sweepstakes. Hey, the Haitians have got game, man. Where's the draw available for Canadian without cable? I don't know. The internet, my friend. Oh, I need to pull up the UEFA playoff paths. FIFA World Cup. You would think that Infantino would like rehearse this more, but he's this is like a random rambling monologue. Okay, so A is the one, whoever gets the UEFA Path A is the one that's getting screwed, chat. Whoever gets UEFA Path A has potentially Italy. If it's not Italy, then it's Wales or Bosnia and Herzegovina, most likely, which is obviously easier, but it's most likely Italy. And then, 104 Super Bowls in 1 month. Hey, that's not true. That's not true. It's probably like 10 to 15. Because Uzbekistan against Curacao is not a Super Bowl. He is yapping, though. No, I'll give you like 15 Super Bowls worth. But it is for me. That's fair. It's on FIFA's YouTube channel. All right. If you can't find it, it's on FIFA's YouTube channel then. Thank you, JT. JT with the 25-pound donation to War Child. Thank you so much. That's still being matched by the Mini Clip Fund. We've got a few £100 left of the matching for the Mini Clip Fund, which means your donations right now are matched 100%. So JT's 25 pounds turns into 50 pounds to War Child. We've donated nearly 15,500 pounds to War Child over the course of this week. Thank you guys so much. An actual Pope, thank you for the 44 months. I hope that's Pope Leo. And Brace Child, thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the Hammers. What is War Child? It is a charity that helps out kids in war zones around the world, gives them a second chance at life, gives them food, gives them shelter, gives them counseling and education. So whether it's Sudan, Gaza, Ukraine, or somewhere else in the world, War Child's working to help the next wonder kid get a second shot at life. You know what I'm saying? Is every country at the live draw? I don't know. I mean, honestly speaking, as an American with a deep, abiding love for Mexico, outside of their national team, which I hate with a burning passion of 1,000 suns, there are always Mexicans in the room. There are always Mexicans in the room. Orion, thank you for the Prime. Toffee, thank you for the 4 months. Dude, this is so cringe, bro. Why is he's manufacturing a USA chant? I just muted it. I can't even watch, dude. I can't even watch. Who watches this genuinely? Like I'm watching it because it's, bro, he's manufacturing a USA chant right now. Oh, Steve, thank you for being a member for a month. Thanks for helping my manager game skills. Bristol City are now Champions League champions. Oh, hell yes, Steve. Are we done with the chant? Are they doing a Canada chant? Now I just unmuted into the Mexico chant, bro. It's even worse. Gianni Infantino over here like, today I am Mexican. Why is Kevin Hart there? To be fair, Kevin Hart is always there. The man, there are about 20 Kevin Harts, and they exist at every like black tie televised event. Christmas tree lighting, Kevin Hart's there. Any award show, Kevin Hart's there. He's just there. He comes out of the wall. It's like you don't even have to put him on the invite list. When you create the format of an invite list for like a black tie event, Kevin Hart's name is already pre-typed in by Google Forms. Chief, thank you for the 21 months, dude. I appreciate you. Kai Cenat, yeah, exactly. Kai Cenat stream, bro. Kevin's there. He's there again. No matter what event, Kevin Hart is present. My man Infantino is scripting the chants. That's. What are you watching? The World Cup draw. The FIFA World Cup draw. All right, Path C is the one with Turkey in it. Path D is the one with Denmark in it as like the top seeded team. And then I got the 2 World Cup paths as well. I'm going to see if that's divided. If they already, because they have like in the pots. In the pots, it says Intercontinental Playoff, like 1 and 2, right? Yeah, Pathway 1. Okay, Pathway 1's DR Congo. Pathway 2 is Iraq. Like, is the favored team. Weezer, thank you for the 43 months. Ryan Crenshaw, welcome to the Hammers. Appreciate you spending $5 of Jeff Bezos' money. And Judge Larry, thank you for the 4 months, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate the donation on YouTube as well. I'm dying inside watching this. You are better. Also, FM26 is the first game I got for PC. Played mobile for years. Congrats. I'm glad you've decided to conquer the PC game, man, of the center. I appreciate the dono. Shout out to Shakira. I mean, always. Like, I am Beyonce always. I am always shouting out the Shakira. Badger, thank you for the 9 months. Congrats on your Twitch child. Philippitis, thank you for this 37 months. And remember, guys, donate to War Child. We have, I believe, 400 pounds left of match funding, which means if you donated 400 pounds right now, 800 pounds would be donated to War Child thanks to the mini clip fund. Breezy, thank you for the 19 months. Or, you know, a single pound, then 2 pounds would be donated. All of that's good. And remember, if you donate 35 pounds, you are able to claim a game collection on Steam that is worth nearly 400 pounds. That includes 15 different games that you can play. And all you have to do to earn that is donate 35 pounds to War Child, which is doubled to 70 pounds that you don't even have to pay for half of because Mini Clip Fund is matching it. Zibbit, thank you for the year. The link's at the top of both chats, and we're streaming all week to raise money. We've already hit our original goal of 10,000 pounds. I'm going to do a 100-hour stream week in January. I'm also going to do a 24-hour stream in January, which is our 5,000 pound goal. If we hit 20,000 pounds, I'm making a meme OnlyFans. That seemed to be a very popular idea, so that's that's next. All right, I'm unmuted again. It looks like the chanting is a... Wait, is this Robbie Williams, bro? I don't recognize him because all I recognize is the monkey from his biopic. But this guy kind of looks like the monkey from his biopic, so I'm assuming this is Robbie Williams. The funny thing about Robbie Williams being at the U.S. World Cup is I cannot emphasize enough how unknown Robbie Williams is in the United States. I had no idea who he was until that documentary came out, or that like biopic came out where he was the monkey. And I was not alone. Nobody knew who he was. He is entirely unpopular. Not unpopular, but like unknown in the areas where the World Cup is being hosted, and yet somehow he continues to land these gigs. Who's the girl? I mean, obviously lip syncing here. And they're not doing him any favors with the presentation. It's just the two of them standing on the stage, which is tough. Oh, Robbie Williams is about to get naked, I think. One of the Pussycat Dolls? Ah, okay. They should have hosted games in college stadiums? Yeah. The problem is college stadiums don't have the same amenities. They're usually older, and there's more of like an older chic to them, where the NFL stadiums are going to have the kind of amenities that FIFA needs for World Cup matches. Yeah, this is an unbelievably lame song. I have once again muted the World Cup draw. Based off the trajectory of my life, I imagine at some point I will end up having to attend one of these things, and just know that I will not be enjoying this portion. What U.S. stadium has the highest attendance? My understanding, it's the University of Michigan's football stadium, the Big House, biggest U.S. stadium. I think it's like 110. The Big House has 107,601 seats. Largest stadiums in the U.S. I think they're all college football stadiums, dude. Yeah, they are. They're all college football. I'm watching it on the other screen. They're all college football stadiums. Yo, we just had a wave of donations, by the way. Thank you, guys. Thick Dad Bod, thank you for the 30-pound donation. Hope you're living up to your name. Thank you so much for supporting War Child. That's matched up to 70 or 60 pounds. Novsterian, thank you for the 35 pounds. Alpha Mo, thank you for the 35 pounds. Whiffalicious, thank you for the 35 pounds. Enjoy your games collections. W's, all of them. We just raised a couple hundred more pounds for War Child with the match fund from Miniclip, and we are at 15,715 pounds raised for War Child. Absolutely ridiculous. So, I mean, you've got Beaver Stadium, which is, that's Penn State Stadium. That's 106,000. Ohio State Stadium is 103. Kyle Field, which is Texas A&M, is 103. Tiger Stadium, which is LSU's 103. List of U.S. stadiums by capacity. Neylands, Tennessee, that's 102. This is Texas. DKR is 100,000. I didn't know Bryant Denny, Alabama's is 100,000. Sanford Stadium's Georgia, that's 93. The Cotton Bowl is nobody's, but it does host Texas, Oklahoma every year. It's just Dallas's like event stadium. That's 92. The Rose Bowl's where USC and UCLA play. Ben Hill Griffin's the University of Florida. Jordan Hare is Auburn. That's 88,000. This is Nebraska Stadium. Fun fact about this stadium, on Nebraska game days, the stadium itself is the third biggest city in the state of Nebraska. Like Lincoln, some others, I think it's Lincoln, Omaha, and then literally Memorial Stadium when it's full is the third biggest city in all of Nebraska. And then MetLife is the first NFL stadium. That's where the World Cup final is. It's 82,500. So the 14 biggest stadiums in the U.S. are all college football stadiums. Is that like mind-blowing for you guys, or I feel like I talk about that enough? They're all college football stadiums. But none of them are being used for the World Cup. MetLife is. Lambeau is an NFL stadium, but they're not using that for the World Cup. Yeah. But the Rose Bowl's never full. Well, I mean, it used to be. Used to be full. Wins the draw. It's happening right now, dude. I'm watching it on my other monitor. They're just, I don't know what they're showing right now. They're doing like a FIFA ad right now. Oh, they doing the Peace Prize right now? Yeah, that's a hard mute. Why does FIFA have a Peace Prize? Literally the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I don't know what it is. It's either Gianni Infantino's trying to... he's like giga-braining it, and he's trying to appease Trump so that Trump doesn't mess with the World Cup, because you know he wants to. Or Infantino's trying to, it's either that or he's trying to inflate his like self-importance or something. I don't know which one it is. Is that, will Trump be in the winner photo? Dude, probably. If the Club World Cup's any indication. That or Gianni Infantino is going to put in some sort of protocol to make sure Trump's not just standing in the middle of the stage. when they actually hand the trophy out. You know what they say, man? Best defense is a good offense for a Peace Prize, apparently. How much did he pay for this? Bro, he didn't pay for it. He just threatened to, like, really mess with the World Cup. Dude, I got it muted. I'm not even listening to it, bro. I mean, everybody knows if you want Trump to leave you alone, you just glaze the hell out of him. I think that's what Infantino's doing. Because as annoying as Infantino is, I don't think Infantino's an idiot. I really don't. I think Gianni Infantino is glazing the hell out of Trump so that he leaves the World Cup alone. I think that's his plan. He's like trying to figure out how to get Trump to not annoy the world, like just jack up the World Cup. This is obviously just unbelievably cringe, but I think that's what Infantino's doing. He knows that Trump wanted the Nobel Peace Prize but got laughed out of the room. So he's like, what if we made a Peace Prize and just gave it to him, you know? On a more uplifting note, Matthew, thank you so much for the 35 pounds.
The TV channel I'm watching is trying so hard not to say anything about Trump and Infantino. It's audible in his voice, he's cringing and dying inside.
So's everybody. Everybody with more than a couple of brain cells to rub together for warmth. But sadly, as much as I do love my country and where I grew up and everything, we are not blessed with too many people with that many brain cells. Alas, here we are. I wonder how the no politics rule applies to this. I mean, it's kind of unavoidable, unfortunately. But they make it on, you know, no politics in football, though. No politics in football, but did they add a fake clapping sound? Hold on, let me unmute. I don't think they add. It's not like a ridiculous applause. I don't think they added anything to that, to be honest. It's a small room full of dignitaries in suits. It's just a mild applause. Yeah, that spray tan is popping today, boy. That spray tan is popping today. Bro, if they're doing this in the U.S., somebody on YouTube had a very good point. If they're doing this level in the U.S., can you imagine what the Saudi World Cup is going to be like? Like, they're just going to keep leveling this up. It's going to be crazy. The propaganda machine that they run. I mean, honestly, the reason to host the World Cup is it's like an advertisement for your regime, bro. That's the reason to host the World Cup. Because they're going to glaze the hell out of you.
Ask Trump to explain the office rule would be the funniest thing ever.
Dude, yes. If I was in a press conference, that's the question I would ask. Like, hey, can you please explain the offside rule? But like I was saying, thank you so much to Gild der Eisenhaber. Or Eisenhaber. I think I've been saying your name wrong for a long time. But thank you so much for the 50-pound donation that's doubled to a 100-pound donation to War Child Chat. We've nearly raised 16,000 pounds. Matthew H., thank you for the 35-pound donation. And Ginge, thank you for the 35-pound donation. Can we get some W's for Matthew, Ginge, and then Gilded or Eisenhaber with the big 50-pound dono? Enjoy your game collections. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. Exhibit, thank you for the year. Ginge, thank you for the 11 months. Max, I appreciate the 28 months.
Does Italy goes through? I wanna see Kamada plus Esposito duet in the front.
Probably. They're the favorite, but they've been the favorite the last 2 times and they didn't. Amislera Music, thank you for the 41 months, and that was a funny story. Keen, I appreciate the 22 months as well. I'm looking forward to the 2 years. And Maddie, thank you for the 7 months. And, ooh, Edible Undies. Spicy. Thank you for the 42 months. Been around a while now. Surely the undies have gone bad. There's got to be an expiration date on those things. Are they done with this yet? Bro, this mic is too loud. I can hear every time Infantino's spit moves around his mouth, and that's too much for me. I don't want that. I'm going to wake up in the middle of the night screaming in a cold sweat, hearing... Bro, it's just like, it's like in the mic's in the back of his throat, dude. Holy Moses. We live in such a stupid timeline, bro. It would be... I stopped myself. I'm not saying that. Somebody on YouTube said we need Will Smith to appear. I mean, if they slapped Infantino hard enough, they might slap the mic off his face, but nah. I think Infantino's doing what he thinks he has to do, which is glaze the hell out of Trump. Did they have to give him an actual medal that they put around his neck? I feel like if it wasn't Trump, they wouldn't have done that. But they were like, yo, he's probably going to want us to like put a medal around his neck, so we should do that. Instead of just giving him like a little trophy thing. He's calling him Johnny? Of course. Do you think an 85-year-old American can say Gianni? Absolutely not. America is slowly but surely being re-exposed to the rest of the world, but the America that an 85-year-old American grew up in, there are exactly 0 Giannis. He's saying Johnny. He's saying Johnny. I don't even need to unmute to tell you that his staff was like, bro, his name's Johnny. Don't even try. Hey, thank you so much. Gandalfamos, thank you for the 35-pound donation. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for throwing 35 pounds in. Where we got to be getting really close to spending all of our match funding. Gandalfamos. We got to be really close to spending all of our match funding. I mean, that donation put us over 16,000 pounds raised for War Child. I don't know. I've had the whole thing muted for a very... honestly, I muted the chants because they were awkward. I'm muting the just incredible glazing. Yo. Wild amount of hunchback going on from Trump on that walk-off. Dude's looking like he's coming from Notre Dame with that hunchback going on. He was struggling off that stage. They did just leave the trophy. If that's actually like full metal, there's no way Trump can carry that, dude. He's like 85 years old. He's 90. What do you expect? I mean, it is. The irony is not lost on me that the man spent 4 years making fun of how old the other guy was, only to then be that old. The irony is not lost. All right, finally, we're getting back to another World Cup montage. I'm going to unmute. We're getting a montage here. Bro, that was so awkward. The video finished, and then one guy was like, and everybody kind of looked around, and then she started talking, and they all started applauding at the same time. Don't drop it. Don't drop the trophy, dude. Connor, thank you for the 2 years. Matthias, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you guys for being a part of the Hammers, and congrats on your 2 years, Connor. Bro, if he keeps speaking Spanish on this stage, Trump's going to call ICE in here and get this guy thrown out. Trump's on the phone. He's like, I found one. His staff is like, Mr. President, no. No. Please. Please, no. Stop. So what's the point of this? Like, we just wheel out Roberto Carlos to talk about winning the World Cup? What's amazing to me is that when you watch like an award show, it's just executed so much better. This is something about this. I don't know if it's just the audio engineering, but there's so much dead, awkward air. You know what I mean? Like when you watch the Grammys or something, they need to hire one of those people that sets this stuff up. Because there's so much dead, awkward air. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just saying. Squiggle, thank you for the 53 months, bro. And we had an anonymous 35-pound donation to War Child. Hell yes. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for throwing down 35 pounds for War Child, which is doubled up to 70 pounds by the Mini Clip Fund. Hell yeah. Am I wrong? Because I feel like I've watched the Grammys and the Oscars, and there just isn't this kind of... I feel like you can hear the air conditioner in this room. He just said Roberto Carlos has the best left foot in the world when Lionel Messi exists. But, you know, I'm not keeping track. Sports people can't create the glamour movie stars can. I just mean, like, something with the audio engineering, like the way they've set it up. But that's also probably true. Jose Maria Pineda, thank you for the donation, dude. Big time donation, 100, I believe, is that pesos? But thank you, brother. Remember, if you're going to be donating, I obviously appreciate you supporting everything that we do here, but remember, we can donate as well to War Child. Thank you so much, Jose Maria Pineda. Appreciate it. When's the draw happening? Hopefully soon, dude. Hopefully soon. Wake me up when the draw happens. Not always. A deep love of football runs through all three of our host nations. Bro, for 40 years, the U.S. did not play soccer at all. Michael Bradley's the first. Yes. Little Patton, Michael Bradley. Are you? Holy smokes, dude. What hornet's nest got kicked here? Is that a bot thing or is that like somebody said Macwell? I thought it might have been Macwell like pulling a joke or something, but you guys all right? You guys real or no? Okay. Don't worry, the mods have got it in a second. It's Macwell? Okay. Okay, if it's Macwell, it's fine. Somebody said I didn't get a raid notification, dude. Is that Macwell? Okay. It's a Mac. Of course it would be a Macwell raid. If you guys don't know who Macwell is like he's a wonderful hosting football YouTuber and a dear friend of mine. And if there was one friend that would raid with that, it would be Macwell. Sorry, mods. Good luck. You know, like, I realize Infantino speaks 47 languages, but it is surprising that his English isn't really that good considering his job. Thank you, mods. Anyway, dude, there was a second that I was like, what message board did I end up on? I ended up on some sort of message board somewhere. But now, welcome in if you're coming from whatever Macwell was doing, or if Macwell just sent you over here for a little bit. Should we do emote only when the draw proper starts? Wait, Trump's back? Bro, is he doing the draws? Bro, Trump is doing the draws? This is your place, bro! My guy doesn't even know where he's going. Well, it's all three. It's the Prime Minister of Canada and the President of Mexico. I probably should have seen Trump coming after those two guys walked out. Mr. Carney. Is this your country? Yeah. And I'll be clear. I really do love like my home state of Florida. I love the US, like the people and the vibe, and but my God, my country's embarrassing sometimes. Like incredibly. I really do. But like there's a lot of great things about the United States that most people that have never been to the United States don't get to see. But wow, we are so embarrassing. Yeah, like I get home, I travel a ton and I always get homesick for coming back and being like in my, with my people, but oh, some of my people. It's like, oh. Yeah, why, like all three leaders of the countries, I mean, keep politics out of football, bro. Yeah. Yeah. I've been to I went to a barbecue restaurant in England once. I'm never making that mistake again. Now I'm muted again. I don't really want to hear like politicians talking about, how important is this tournament? Oh, it's incredibly important. What's he gonna ask Trump, dude? I don't even know. I haven't muted again, but I feel like he's just like, Mr. Trump, is it incredibly difficult to live life with a 20-inch horse? Oh, well, yes. Thank you for bringing that up, Johnny. It is incredibly difficult. Somehow I manage. That's basically what's happening here. Bro, you never know what this guy's going to say. He's going to do irreparable damage to the football soccer debate. What the dude? Infantino's like, please, please. Infantino has tried to get this under control like 4 times, bro. He's still going. Thank you, Mister. Thank you, please, thank you. Z is so negative today. Yeah, I mean, I normally don't. I don't like to be negative typically. I really don't. But yeah, sorry. I guess I have been pretty negative. But in my defense, I have always stated that I found the elaborate process of the draws of these competitions really, really pointless, and they've always gotten under my skin. And I honestly couldn't even tell you why. All right, chat, the draw's going. The draw is underway. This is what we've been looking forward to. It is draw time, baby. It is draw time. A reminder, chat, here are the pots. It's rigged! It's rigged! The way he goes on your chest and Trump just goes. Just. Bro, my greatest frustration with Trump is that regardless of everything else, and there's a million things in that everything else category, he is so unintentionally hilarious. And it's so frustrating. Like, unfortunately, Donald Trump is unintentionally hilarious. Like, just so funny. Dude, we're going to commercial. Come on, bro. We drew 3 teams and we're going to commercial. Oh, all right. That's all right. We're here. The draw is here. The draw is here. So they're probably going to bring out, they brought out the 3 presidents, I would assume, just to draw their countries, and they're going to bring out other people to draw the rest of it. Yeah. We're in commercial, but it's time to, so we're in Group D. We're in Group D. All right. We're in Group D. Pixel, thank you so much for the Prime, brother. True Kobe, thank you for the Prime. Gavin, thank you for the $5 donation. The College Football Committee never gave Trump a peace prize. It makes you think. True. Imagine Trump trying to pronounce Curacao. I would pay a lot of money for that, Rosalie. He probably, yeah. You're talking to a guy that, you're talking about a guy that thinks Puerto Rico is a different country. Scruzzles, thank you for the 65 months. Tucker, thank you for the 46 months. Science Time, thank you for the Prime. Ghost Games, thank you for the Prime. Squiggle with the big old 53 months. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. And thank you to everybody that has donated to War Child as well. Today, we have over 16,000 pounds raised. Are we back, or is this an MLS? Oh, this is an MLS Cup final commercial. Fair enough. The MLS Cup is the MLS Cup finals tomorrow. Well timed out on the calendar. Well timed out on the calendar. Bro just said Trump knows how to pronounce Caribbean islands. Oh, man. That was a good line. Can you get a live drawing screen? Yeah, I will. It's not up yet, but I guess I should find it. Live World Cup draw. Is New York Times running one? Maybe. Oh, no, this is just an update. Okay. Can we get like, did somebody have a website, maybe ESPN, Fox, whatever? It's FIFA's website, like just where it's filling in? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, this works. I just want to look at the pots right now. All right, they're back. I'm going to unmute. Thought I was late and it hasn't even started. Welcome to the party, baby. What time is it? 1? Why didn't we go into Group C? Oh, we didn't go into Group C. Okay, so we didn't go into Group C because there has to be one of the top 4 teams in the world in each corner of the bracket. So, like, Group C is going to be either England, Argentina, France, or who's the other one? It's Spain. So the way they've set the draw up is that's something they added to the draw this time, is that each of the top 4 ranked teams in the world are going to be distributed to the 4 quarters of the bracket. But then the US, I mean, they could have just gone into Group D. I actually don't, never mind. I have no idea why the US has gone into Group D. Because it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's every 3. I don't know, dude. Oh, yeah, each group of 3, each set of 3. So it's easy, chat. Each set of 3 groups has to have one of the top 4 teams in the world. Each set of 3 groups. There are 12 groups, so it's divided by 3. Or divided by, yeah. It's easy, really. It's easy. I nailed the math the first try. It's easy, chat. No, it's not to do with where the games are happening. It's because they need none of Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. rigged is the top 4 team in the world, so. Conno, I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Yeah, we dropped the new YouTube video today. I manage the fastest team in the world. Speed McFastface. Long live. Even the analysts that Fox has are anxious to get to the actual draw. Ugh. Now we're playing FM after McGoat. Kevin Hart, the only person that looks like he's actually presented something before in his entire life. I mean, Lauryn Hill's cool. They're going to bring a vibe to the stage, at least, that Robbie Williams and company were not able to bring. But the fact they drew the 3 hosts. John, thank you so much for the donation, dude. Glad Germany is 9th. Go Canada. Oh, Canada. Yeah, the draw should be after this performance. It's got to be after this. Surely the draw starts after this. This is why I don't do watch-alongs for this stuff. The only one I will ever do watch-alongs for is the World Cup draw, because it's the World Cup draw. When people are like, yo, it's the draw for the Champions League knockouts, it's like, I'm not putting up with this just to find out the Champions League knockouts. Blues, like, I don't know. I get it in some senses because they're trying to sell ad space and they're trying to make it like a bigger and bigger event. I understand why they would want to do it, but I feel like there would be a way to. The problem is the draw is just kind of one thing. Like when you have the Grammys, you have the Oscars, or any other like award show, or the NFL awards is a good example. You know, when there's just one thing, everything you do before that one thing is going to feel like stalling. Like, you know what I would love to see? I would love to see the analysts breaking down different potential groups, different pots, different paths, best teams, worst teams in each, you know. I would love to watch that, you know? Football getting the American treatment? Yeah, Tommy, you can't blame us for this, dude. FIFA does this with all their draws. Yeah. To be fair, this is the best presented musical performance that we've had. The opera guy at the beginning was fantastic. But at least this musical performance feels somewhat like an actual musical performance. The other one was so cringe I had to mute it. Yeah, but this is the average FIFA draw experience. This isn't just an America thing. I will cooperate you. I will cooperate with you on helping to decipher what is an American issue and what is a FIFA issue around this World Cup, because there will be both. I am down to get into the weeds to decipher this. Look at all those hands in the air. Yeah. Bunch of old dudes in suits getting absolutely wild out there. Okay, now it's cringe. Now it's incredibly cringe. Hello? Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. This is just pretty sure she dropped the N-word a little while back, so I'm sure FIFA was loving that. John, thank you so much for the donation. Again, you're hoping for Spain, Argentina, France, England. Well, that's not possible. I don't know what you were saying there. And 9 through 12 thirds. The disrespect. I wasn't disrespecting Lauryn Hill. I always thought Lauryn Hill's cool. I'm not me making fun of the crowd. I was not making fun of Lauryn Hill, bro. I was like, Lauryn Hill is working with nothing. You need to see, okay, it's also a bridge too far to say I'm hype about this. I was basically just saying I muted the Robbie Williams and Other Girl performance because it was so cringe. This is at least like an attempt at a musical performance in terms of the background band and the like way they've done the background and everything. Of course, I thought I was watching the World Cup draw and I'm breaking down different musical performances, which is not something that really my cup of tea. Dude, some dude said North Korea type of crowd. Now, you look, all right. You might be trying, I get what joke you're trying to make there, but have you ever seen those North Korea crowds when Kim Jong-un walks in the room? They go nuts, because if they don't, they're like dead. So, I mean, those crowds can get pretty wild, depending on who's walking through the door, all right? I'm just saying, credit where credit's due. They go nuts in those North Korean crowds. They have a 2-hour intro to wait in viewers. You mean like, I get that you wouldn't want to start the draw the moment you say the draw is starting so viewers can trickle in. I don't know. The thing is, if you put me in charge of planning the World Cup draw, I don't know what I would do. I think I would do more football-centric stuff. I think musical performances are out of place. Unless you bring in, like, Kanon to perform Waving Flag, right? BBC's hilarious. Well, I'm going to look it up. This has been a disaster
I
for
started
live text
watching Zed's
commentators who are
streams
hungry
around
and were
the
planning to
time I
order a
started
pizza
my
once the draw
PhD,
was over.
And today I submitted my dissertation. Thank
I
you
started
for the
this
many
live
hours
text
of
2
virtual
hours ago.
company while I worked.
Not been much to keep Jane up to date with, really. We think the draw will properly start soon, although there's a Spanish language interview happening right now. And I only did Spanish for 1 year in school, and they're not counting to 10 or asking where the library is, so I'm lost. Montage time. FIFA President Infantino's called up President Trump to the stage. Please! Oh my God. Kevin and Heidi. Okay, to be fair, that's normal award show stuff. That's like normal award show witty banter. Well, this is interesting. I mean, great acting by Rio Ferdinand there. Act 2. This is about to be the best part of the whole draw, dude. McConaughey. Look at he's split nothing. Dude, I love McConaughey. Unabashedly love McConaughey, and he's killing this right now. He's saving me. Also, he called him Rio de Janeiro, which is nice. I think I should save that. Rambling Epic, thank you for the tier 3 for 65 months. We've got a 25 pound donation to War Child for Please Just Start the Show. Please Just Start the Draw has donated 25 pounds to War Child. Huge shout out to them.
3 of better looking trophies. Also, hope Cape Verde meets Portugal or Brazil in the group phase.
That would be awesome, Frogino. Thank you for the $5 donation. Top 3 best trophies. I think the World Cup trophy is the best. I think the next best trophy is World Series. The baseball one is fantastic. Third best trophy, I'm going to go Champions League trophy. It's iconic. Clarky Boy, thank you for the 9 months. All right, thank you, Rio Ferdinand. I at least got 2 laughs out of Matthew McConaughey's appearance. Oh, the cup. Oh, bro, I forgot about the Stanley Cup. Now, World Cup 1, Stanley Cup 2, World Series 3. I forgot about the Stanley Cup. Rated Goose, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to an Elite Online Gaming community. You guys are right. Both Twitch and YouTube said Stanley Cup. Oh, Rio forgot his lines there for a second. He's back. Yeah, Kevin Hart's very short. That is a big takeaway. He always is. Where are the Americans, Canadians, or Mexican people? Why are they all British? Bring out Landon Donovan, Andres Guardado, and freaking Del Rosario. I don't know, a great old Canadian player. Bring him out. Let's go. Oh, we've got another.
Hey Zed, I hope when SI adds cup draws back into the game they last 3 hours long and include bad AI music performances for an hour before the draw.
Thank you, Ufka. I think that would be an excellent addition to the game. And Gurm UK, thank you for the prime, dude. I appreciate it. That would be nice. See, here's the thing. This portion of the show would be great. The problem is we're already so fatigued that we're like, oh, just get to the draw already. If they started the show with 10 minutes of talking, glazed Trump for 5 minutes as they apparently had to do, and then went right into this, it would be way better. Because this they kind of need to do. They have to explain the draw, what's going to happen, and they're trying to do it in a fun way, which is always going to come off cringe from a huge corporation or whatever, but at least they're doing something with it. But if they needed to go like into this 10 minutes into the show. You know what I mean? But they started explaining the draw and introducing the people that are doing the actual draw after 70 minutes. So this isn't the worst. Fortunately, and I realize I might be saying this prematurely, I think we've gotten out of like the cringiest parts of it, the draggiest parts of it, the propaganda-iest parts of it. The BBC with another banger. What did he say? Said, I'm giving them 2 more minutes or else I'm going to make up my own World Cup draw and we can all just go home. That dude is catching a vibe on the BBC Live updates. CJ, thank you for the 47 months. And Earthrush, thank you for the 100 bits. And Marty, thank you for the 300 bits.
This
Yeah,
draw
no,
has taken
all you need
so
to
long
understand
that I
is
have been subbed
anytime.
for 47 months frown.
That's funny, CJ. Europe. Yeah, that's the exception. So 2 European teams can be in a group. Yep, thank you, child. Hey, Eagles, thank you for gifting 10 subs, dude. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for gifting 10 subs. Thank you for making 10 people's days. Thank you for supporting the stream with kindness. If you caught a gifted sub, be sure to say thank you. Joran, Rusty, RG, Tin Can, Emeth, Crazy Rogue, Deadly Dave, Willie, and March Madness. Enjoy the bacon and the emotes. And be sure to say thanks. And Eagles, you absolute legend. Thank you for gifting 10 subs. And thank you to everybody that's donated to Warchild as well as part of these charity streams. Yeah, now let's take a look at the pots, right? The toughest team out of pot 3 is obviously Norway. You don't want to be dealing with Erling Haaland in that situation. The easiest team is Qatar, in my opinion. Based off the way that they choked at the last World Cup, I'm not expecting much from them at this one either, and they also had to go through the extra playoff rounds to get there. While Uzbekistan is tempting to be the worst team, they actually qualified directly instead of having to go through an extra round of qualifying. So I'm going to give them that benefit of the doubt. Pot 2, toughest team in pot 2. Gretzky. Got to bring out the Canadian. Honestly, pot 2, I'm going to go Morocco or Croatia. I don't know. Morocco, Croatia, Japan, and Senegal are all pretty murderous. Ecuador, pot 2, you're just not getting. You could get Iran or Australia. Outside of that, you're getting a tough one, bro. Outside of that, you're getting a tough one. The Ecuador finished ahead of Colombia in qualifying. Like you either get Iran, Australia, or a pretty tough team to play against. South Korea is probably the next worst team after that. But like you don't want Switzerland. You don't want to deal with Switzerland. Austria's got, that Europeanness to them. Shaq! Can I get Shaquille O'Neal next to Kevin Hart? There we go. Yeah, they're growing big down in Louisiana. Tampa Bay Buccaneers! Yeah! Buccaneers at the World Cup draw, baby! Let's go! First image of Tom Brady in a Bucs jersey on the screen. It's a Bucs life. Fire the cannons. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're talking football, baby. Let's go. Why did they not get a Mexican icon, though? No, I was just reacting because the first thing they put up with Tom Brady was him in a Bucs jersey. Let's go, Bucs. Oh, the Canadian accent, dude. Oh, we're so excited about it. Bro, I missed Aaron Judge coming out. Like, all loved Aaron Judge, but he's not quite on the same fame level as Shaq and Tom Brady. David Blackham. You know that was not in the script. You know that was not in the script. And Shaq was like, you know what? Dude, Shaq is such a funny guy. Shaq is hilarious. Wayne Gretzky is the greatest hockey player of all time, so that's who should represent Canada. I don't know why they don't have a Mexican icon on the stage, why they've gone 3 US. And I don't. Get Memo Ochoa up there. Oh my goodness, we're unveiling the teams in pot 1. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Mexico. And the best CONCACAF team. Bring them up. Bring up the best CONCACAF team. The USA. España.
This draw is longer than I've been subbed.
Argentina. Neum, thank you for the 14 months. It's very long. Vive la France. Allez les bleus. England. Brazil. Portugal. Cristiano Ronaldo. Nederlanden. Bro, if you're not a pot one team, that's the team you want. Them or Belgium. Oh, well, sorry. Besides the US, Canada, and Mexico. Obviously. And Germany. Yeah. The old pot one draw, which never matters because we're not finding out who anybody is playing. But who do I want in the US's side? I want Netherlands, Belgium in the US's side. Netherlands, Belgium. Hey, Marty, thank you for the 500 bits.
Did you know Brad Friedel play 310 consecutive teams in the Premier League? He should have been there.
Yeah, but nobody knows who Brad Friedel is in the U.S. It would have been Tim Howard if anybody. I'd love to knock out the U.S. again. True, you got us last time, but I think we're a better team this time. And I would rather play you than Spain. I feel like that's a fair take. It's not a disrespect thing. Tom? Brazil. That's how, bro, his ex-wife is from Brazil. I'm dead. His ex-wife is from Brazil. He had that nasty divorce with a Brazilian
Finally
supermodel.
starting.
And now he draws Brazil. Guy's in his own personal Vietnam right now. Oh, that's crazy that he picked Brazil out. That's insane. Well, I guess he was going to have to, but first is really funny. Easier in rehearsal. Good line. Okay. Group E, Germany. All right. Shaq going, how many do you have to draw? All of them. Tom, you got to learn how to open these damn things, bro. Tom, you got to learn how to open these things. Good. I wanted the Dutch near us in the bracket. Okay. As in terms of a pot one team to be near us in the bracket, that's who we take. All right. We've dodged France and Spain and England. I'm okay with, and Argentina. Shaq's had enough. Yeah, seriously. Shaq's like, bro, this could take forever. Come on, Tom. Twist that ball, Tom. It's not deflated enough. That's the key. All right, Spain. Group H. Yeah, we need to buy Tom Brady a bop it. Whatever that, like, smack it, twist it. That would really help. How is that? This is like this. Yeah, do not try to go for crowd interaction with this crowd. It's not going to work. Oh, we've sorted the pathways. Okay. Wait, aren't England and France going to have to move around? Something is about to happen. This is not settled. Tom! Guys uses too much lotion on those hands. Come on, Tom. Portugal, who barely survived their scare on that last round of qualifying. Argentina goes in J because they're a top 4 team, but I don't know. I have no idea. The top 4 teams in the world are supposed to be in different paths, but I don't know what the different paths are, so. Tom, it's the last one. Thank you. England's in L. True. England is in Group L. It's not a sign. Chat, it is not a sign that England is in Group L. The first ever Group L at a World Cup has England in it. It's not a sign. It is not a sign. Oh, we're going back to the interviews. I should have known. I love the awkward applause. There you go. Okay. How many World Cups has the U.S. won? 0. You know who's also never beaten the U.S. at a World Cup? England. Fun fact. You know who actually is the only person to ever win that match? The U.S. 1-0. 1950. The United States has played England, I believe it's twice at a World Cup with 1 win and 1 draw. Actually, no, it's 3 times, 2 draws, 1 win for the U.S. So 3 times, 2 draws, and 1 win for the United States. So talk to me when you can beat us at a World Cup. Until then, I have 0 interest. You guys have been playing the sport like 100+ years longer than we have. So yeah, I'm ready. I'm revved up. I am ready. Oh, Shaq, you almost jumped the gun there, dog. Shaq's over here like, bruh. All right, group pot 2. We're about to start finding out matchups. Croatia, always a spicy customer at the World Cup, back-to-back World Cup semifinals. Morocco, the first African team ever to make a World Cup semifinal. And they have been on a roll at the youth levels as well. That national team's coming in on a high. Colombia, bit of a dark horse for me. Everybody loves the word dark horse. Right, I think Colombia is a dangerous, dangerous team. They didn't put it all together in qualifying. Uruguay, kind of trending down. The U.S. just beat Uruguay 5-1 in a friendly with Uruguay's best on the field. That was a tough look for them. Switzerland, going to make the round of 16 and then get knocked out. It's what they do. Most consistent national team in the world. Perennially disrespected. Japan. Genuine dark horse to win the entire tournament. Absolutely disgusting national team. People are just uncomfortable with how good they are. Senegal. I mean, before Morocco's run to the semifinal, you would have said Senegal was Africa's best team. They made the round of 16 at the last World Cup. Dangerous. Iran, they are who they are. I don't think this team is any different than the Iran teams we've seen at the last couple of World Cups. Their consistency has allowed them to make it into pot 2, but they are not an overwhelmingly talented team. South Korea, obviously dangerous because they've got a couple of star players. Ecuador, unbelievably annoying team to draw. They concede no goals. They're incredibly tough. They're very disciplined national team. Austria, first World Cup since 1998. They're just excited to be there. They are a vibes team for sure. And Australia, got to be the easiest team to play out of this pot, but they did make the knockouts at the last World Cup, and they play way better than the actual talent they have on their team. They're like the old U.S. teams. So, I mean, Australia's, like, you want to draw them, but when you play them, you're going to be uncomfortable. SGU, thank you for the prime. And RC Blue, thank you for the big 40 months. Alrighty, who's playing Mexico? I believe this is... No. All right, Shaq. And if you're in pot 2, you get the honor of being drawn by Shaq. South Korea. All right, our first match that we have decided at the World Cup. You know, that's so exciting, dude. We know a World Cup match. Mexico against South Korea. That's freaking awesome. Canada. Canada's next. Who does Canada get?
2/3 of the way there for our Twitch baby.
Switzerland. All right. That's just a pretty average pot 2 draw there for Canada. That's going to be an interesting match. You get Switzerland against Canada. That's going to be a really interesting match. All right, now, obviously, if you're South Korean, if you're Swiss, if you're Swiss, you're over the moon. You just drew Canada as your pot 1 team. You're over the freaking moon. Who does Brazil get? Like, South Korea is also happy getting Mexico as their pot 1 team. South Korea can absolutely win that group if they can get a result. Mexico is just not very good right now. Oh, Brazil, Morocco. And I am so happy the U.S. is not going to get Morocco, dude. I am so happy the U.S. is not getting Morocco. Oh, thank goodness. I did not want the U.S. to get Morocco. Oh, I'm so happy. Give the, who do I want? U.S., I'll take... I got to pick one. I'll take Australia. We played Iran at the last World Cup. I'm taking Australia. I'm not looking at chat. I'll take Australia if I have to pick one. Brazil-Morocco's a hell of a match, though. Brazil's kind of down. Morocco's kind of up. Ooh. Oh, yeah, baby! Oh, look. I mean, we could still totally lose this match. I want to be clear. We could still totally lose this match. But we didn't get Colombia, Croatia, Senegal, Japan, or Ecuador, who are all dangerous. Let's go, baby. I know, clip that for when we lose. Totally do. Because we could absolutely lose to Australia, but I would rather play Australia than all of the teams I just listed. That is a monster. Group D is about to be the weakest group ever. US pot 1, Australia pot 2 is insane. Ooh. Oh, Germany's not winning this group. Germany's not winning this group, are they? Germany, Ecuador, that is a nightmare matchup for Germany. Team that struggled to score, struggled to play with confidence, playing an absolute haram ball South American terrorist team in Ecuador who's playing so well right now. We got Australia. Oh, my. I love the Aussies, too. I'm going to be partying with Aussies. Dude, the Dutch are so mad about that. Japan and the Netherlands. I'm not even kidding. It's a push for who I make the favorite in that group. I might even make Japan the favorites in that group, and I think the Dutch are pretty good. All right. Obviously, if you're Aussie, you're happy about that too, because the US is way more gettable than like a Spain or a France. Like the Aussies and the Americans were dancing at that draw. Iran. Just hearing Shaq say the Islamic Republic of Iran. Oh, he said Iran, which is the American way to pronounce it, which just triggered the entire country of Iran. That was like a big thing at the last World Cup, was they asked the US captain, they're like, why are you saying Iran wrong? All right, Spain. Who does Spain get? Uruguay. Don't fall for it, dude. Uruguay is not as good as they have been. They are not. They are not. The U.S., I watched the whole match that the U.S. beat their best in. 5-1. That's not a bad draw for Spain. Uruguay is not. I would have rather had Uruguay than any other team left in the pots. I'm not in this pot. Just based off, like, the way they did in qualifying and the match I saw them play against the U.S. All right, France, who you got? Who you got, France? Who you got, France? Ooh. That's a rematch of that old upset, isn't it? That's what they're talking about right now. That's the rematch of the old upset. Senegal and France. Oh, that is such a fun match for Senegal. All right. Argentina gets either Croatia, Colombia. They can't get Colombia, so they get either Croatia or Austria. Austria and Argentina. All right. I'm glad we're going alphabetically. The only two countries that start with A that have been drawn have gone into the same group. So I'm glad that that's been handled. Somebody forgot to shuffle the deck. Oh. All right. Portugal is getting either Colombia or Croatia, which means England gets the other one. Portugal gets Colombia. England gets... Could England get a hard group? Could England get a hard group? England never gets a hard group, dude. England gets Croatia. Portugal gets Colombia. That's going to be a fun game. That's a fun match. Like, I don't know who's winning that. L's got a shot to be the group of death. I think Brazil, Morocco is pretty deadly. I think Group L with England and Croatia is pretty deadly. France, Senegal is pretty lethal. Germany, Ecuador has a chance to look pretty gnarly, too. There's a couple of groups that are shaping up after the first two that you're looking like, ooh, that's spicy. JJ, thank you for the 6 months, and you are 2/3 of the way to that Twitch, baby. Hey, thank you so much.
Top 0.3% here.
I did Rio Ferdinand blaming Shaq for England's hard draw. All right, I'm going to mute this interview so I can focus. Thank you so much, chat. Because we just had an anonymous 100-pound donation to War Child. An anonymous 100-pound donation to War Child, which has been doubled by the Mini Clip Fund. And the Mini Clip Fund doubling is now complete. We have got all 7,000 pounds from Mini Clip Fund deciding to double on our channel. Thank you so much for the anonymous donation to War Child of 100 pounds, which was doubled the 200 pounds, chat. We are at 16,256 pounds donated to War Child so far as part of these charity streams. I really can't thank you guys enough. All right, pot 3. Who are the teams, baby? Norway. Dangerous. Norway hasn't been dangerous in the past, but they have the best striker in the world, and they figured it all out. They've been beating the brains out of Italy in qualifying. Really dangerous team. Panama, Vibey team. This is a better Panama, in my opinion, than the Panama that showed up at their first ever World Cup. It's their second ever World Cup. Egypt, they kind of are who they are. They did a really good job in qualifying. They took care of business, but I don't think they're a real top-end African team. I think Algeria is probably a little bit better, and that's another team in this pot. I think Algeria is probably a little bit better. Scotland! You don't want to play Scotland. Getting a European team out of pot 3 is not an easy draw. They are tough, and they've got the wind at their back. Paraguay, bit of an unknown. Haven't been at the World Cup in a while. They bludgeoned their way to World Cup qualifying in South America, but they didn't get a lot of wins. Tunisia, another team that they just are who they are. They do such a good job of getting everything they can out of their talent. They've been to so many World Cups now at this point. Ivory Coast is dangerous as hell. Ivory Coast is so back. They are so back. They didn't allow a goal in the entirety of World Cup qualifying. Uzbekistan, you never want to play the first timers, especially ones that have waited long enough to get here. Qatar, they were bad in qualifying. Qatar is incredible in the Asian Cup. They are back-to-back Asian champions. They were bad in qualifying. I think they're just chokes at the World Cup again. Saudi Arabia, it's a solid team. We can't draw them. The U.S. can't draw them because they're coming out of Asia. South Africa, good team. I'd put them kind of close to like an Egypt, where they're like a second-tier African side. But if you're pot 3 in the World Cup, you're probably happy if you're getting South Africa out of that. Teams to avoid. Teams that you want to avoid. Ivory Coast. You want to avoid Ivory Coast. You want to avoid Scotland. You want to avoid Algeria. You want to avoid Norway. Those are my 4 teams to avoid out of this pot that you do not want to play. Easiest team is Qatar, which the U.S. cannot draw because we already got Australia. So the U.S. can't get Uzbekistan, Qatar, but can get, or Panama, obviously. All right, Group A, Mexico, South Korea. This can't be CONCACAF or Asia, so this is a likely home for Scotland or Norway. It's South Africa. Oh my goodness, Group A has no European teams in it. That means they basically have to get one of the European playoff teams. They basically have to get one of the European playoff teams. I mean, let me pull up the... they could get New Zealand, technically, because of Oceania, but they can't get Africa, Asia, or CONCACAF. So it's either New Zealand or a playoff or one of the playoff teams. That's what it is. Oh, this sheet is ahead of my feed. Qatar's going in B. Wow, that's Canada and Switzerland. Dude, Switzerland's draw is insane. Switzerland got Canada out of pot 1 and Qatar out of pot 3. Switzerland's draw is nuts. Canada and Switzerland both believe they can win that group. Qatar's got a shot at the knockouts. Not even joking. If they can play as well as they do in the Asian Cups. All right, Group C could be anybody. It can't be. Oh, that's U.S. That's U.S. because they can't play Brazil, so it bounces to the U.S., right? What do you think, Potch? The USA no, bro. No, okay, wait. The US can still get an African team, so we can still get Cape Verde, Ghana, New Zealand, or one of the playoffs. Okay. So that doesn't change anything. There's no South American team in pot 4. Yo, Group C, they got to bounce to E because they can't play Morocco. So they're going to E. So Germany, Ecuador, Ivory Coast. Yo. Hey, every team has to have, no, we're getting a European playoff team.
How's it looking?
Again, is every group has to have one European team, so we're getting a European playoff team. Bro. Another African team? Group C cannot draw a team. Group F is getting Tunisia. Netherlands, Japan, Tunisia. That's tough draw for Tunisia. Tunisia is very unhappy with that. Germany, Ivory Coast, Ecuador is pretty nuts. Germany's group is a nightmare. Germany's group is a nightmare. Ivory Coast and Ecuador are both big-time overperformers in qualifying. Egypt's going to freaking G, dude. Oh, we got an all-time, like, Islamic world showdown with Iran and Egypt going down. Who's going to see? Somebody's going to, I mean, it can be Panama, Norway, Scotland, Uzbekistan, or Saudi Arabia. Anybody but Algeria can go into Group C here. Brazil, Morocco, and Scotland. Scotland gets to play Brazil. Brazil, Morocco, Scotland, whatever Group D team. You know what I want? I want Italy in there. I want a ridiculous group. That could be such a difficult group. All right, so what group are we even drawing for? Group H? We've got Belgium, Egypt, Iran. Group H is Spain, Uruguay, and can't be a South American. Saudi Arabia. All right, that's just like a pretty lukewarm group, like third pot draw. Who gets Norway, dude? Group I, bro. It's going to be Group I. It's going to be France, Senegal, Norway. Norway cannot go into Group L, which means England's getting Uzbekistan, Algeria, or Panama. If you are England, you're begging for not Algeria. Anybody but Algeria is what England's begging for here. You want to see Algeria come off the board. Group I can't be an African team, so it won't be here. It can be Panama, Uzbekistan, or Norway. All right, they bounced to J. Algeria's been drawn. That means it's Argentina. It's the alphabet, bro. I figured out how they rigged it. It's the alphabet. It's Argentina, Algeria, and Austria. That means England's playing Panama or Uzbekistan. So, England's very, very happy with their pot 3 draw right here. They're getting Panama or Uzbekistan. Where's Norway going? That's the bombo that's left. That's the bomb that they have left to drop. France, Senegal, and Uzbekistan. England's playing Panama again, bro. France. Why? Wait, Uzbekistan... Why did they move? Why is Uzbekistan in K? Because of teams that are yet to be drawn? So Panama goes to L because there can't be 3 European teams in L. Does that have something to do with pot 4? It has to have something to do with pot 4 as to why Uzbekistan moved, bro. I don't know. No, so the reason that they moved to L is because L would have 3 European teams otherwise. Group I is murderous, by the way. Group I is a banger. France, Senegal, Norway is crazy. And you get an Mbappe v. Holland World Cup match. I don't know why Uzbekistan moved. I have no idea why Uzbekistan moved. But if I was in Group I, I'd be very mad that I'm playing Norway instead of Uzbekistan. Something with plot 4. Wow, okay. I don't understand why Uzbekistan moved. You can't put Norway in K or L. Why can't you put Norway in K? I mean, it's Portugal and Colombia. Why can't you put Norway in K? Yeah, Group A and Group D are getting a UEFA team because there's no European teams in those two groups. Every other group has at least one European team already, so that's already settled then. Uzbekistan moves, there are too many teams with 2 UEFA teams, and we need a 1 UEFA team per group. Was that it? No, because I mean, basically all that happened is Uzbekistan and Norway just flipped. Uzbekistan and Norway just flipped. And if Norway goes into Group K, then that's still like, there's still 2 European teams in that group and 1 in I. That's not it. All right, pot 4 anyways. The best pot, Jordan World Cup debutantes. Hey, they did a good job in qualifying. I mean, they have basically 1 star player who plays in France. Cape Verde, don't sleep on them. They finished ahead of Cameroon in World Cup qualifying. That is not an easy thing to do. Cameroon's at least a solidly talented team. Ghana's obviously a different level to those 2 teams, though, just in terms of the talent they're able to bring to bear, and they always bring their best at the World Cup. Curacao, honestly, relative to World Cup teams, they're not very good. They pulled off a huge upset to make it to the World Cup, but that's what qualifying's all about. Haiti, you will not see a team that plays with more pride than Haiti. And I mean, it's just awesome that they've made it. New Zealand, who the hell knows, bro? But my namesake's always going to bring the heat. Last time New Zealand was at a World Cup was 2010. They were the only unbeaten team at that World Cup. 3 draws and got knocked out in the group stage. World Cup UEFA Playoff A is Italy. UEFA Playoff B is Ukraine, Sweden, Poland. That's the balanced one. Playoff C, Turkey's the favorite. And then Playoff D is the Denmark side. World Cup Playoff 1, that is the Jamaica DR Congo section. And then World Cup Playoff 2, that is the Iraq Bolivia section. Okay, I also have that up over here. That's Bolivia, Suriname, and Iraq. There you go. We have our paths available here. I still don't know why Uzbekistan moved. Dumzila, thank you so much for the 26 months. Why could Uzbekistan not go in I? What is the issue with I? All I had was Africa and Europe. I don't know. All right. The final team going into Group A, it's got to be one of the 4 European playoffs because there has to be a European team in each group. They didn't teach him how to pronounce the countries. North Macedonia, bro. Oh, Wayne Gretzky. I don't blame him. Like, if you're just a dude that why would he know how to say North Macedonia? Somebody's got to tell him how to pronounce them. All right, Group B. Canada, Qatar, Switzerland. This is the easiest group at the World Cup so far. Who's in it? It can't be CONCACAF or Asia. Oh, they got rid of Italy. Oh, thank goodness they got rid of the Italy one. Italy's like the favorite. Dude, can you imagine Italy goes through all of that? Kind of nailed Herzegovina. Hey. Yeah, all right. Group B, if it's anybody but Italy, that's like the easiest. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad the U.S. didn't get that one. If it's anybody but Italy, that's like the easiest group at the World Cup. Canada, Qatar, Switzerland. If Italy blows it again, if it's Northern Ireland, for example, any team that gets out of this playoff has to believe they can get to the knockouts out of that group. All right, Group C. It cannot be South American or it can't be African, so it can't be Cape Verde or Ghana. Haiti! Oh, no. Oh, Haiti, I'm sorry. I mean, hey, at least Haiti gets, dude, Haiti at least gets to play Brazil. That's going to be a really special moment for them to go to the World Cup and play Brazil. But Haiti's got very little chance to get out of that group. Oh, no. He's going to butcher this. Caraco. Bro, somebody, does he not have an earpiece where somebody can say it to him? Curacao. They can't play us, so they go to E. Oh, poor Curacao, bro. Curacao getting a diabolical group of death. Germany, Ivory Coast, Ecuador, and Curacao. All right, so unless this is a European playoff winner, we're drawing for Group F. Curaçao's in a group of death with Ivory Coast, Ecuador, and Germany. That is painful. Come on, Gretzky. What you got? Suriname? Hey, he got it. Let's go. All right, they go into Group F. So FIFA playoff winner goes into F with Netherlands, Japan, and Tunisia. Fair enough. Dude, France is like, what? Is it all three, like, okay, Africa and 2 Europe? So there's no Africa team in that playoff. So Bolivia, Suriname, and Iraq, none of them are, yeah. Cape Verde, they go to, where the hell do they go? H. Cape Verde goes into H. Spain, Uruguay, Saudi Arabia, and Cape Verde. Yeah. That's where they go. Spain, Cape Verde. So Cape Verde doesn't get Portugal. That obviously would have been a lot of fun. Well, it's not because of teams yet to be drawn. It's because, no, I mean, they skipped F and G because there's already an African team there. He's saying it wrong, too. Nobody has any idea what's going on. All right, Gretzky, give me B. All right, that's us. Most likely Turkey. Most likely a USA-Turkey match. Yeah, it's not the easiest draw. We got to really. All right. Turkey, Romania, Slovakia, Kosovo. Come on, Kosovo. Or anybody that's not Turkey, to be honest, in that playoff. All right, that Netherlands, Japan, Tunisia, and a mid-European team, most likely. Still looking good for England. England just has to dodge Ghana. England just has to dodge Ghana now. Belgium, Egypt, Iran. So no Africa or Asia. It has to be New Zealand. There's no other team except for New Zealand that fits into this spot. How did he mispronounce Jordan? Somebody needed to coach Wayne Gretzky. This poor guy's been thrown on stage. Jordan. All right, so Jordan got Austria, Algeria, and Argentina. I mean, they really ruined the whole A thing. All right, Group G, this has to be New Zealand. So unless he draws New Zealand, then it's bouncing. It's the playoff. So that's Africa, Oceania, and CONCACAF. So that can't be an L. This has to be K, right? The only spot this playoff can fit in is K. Yeah. All three, because there's 3 confederations. The only spot it can go in is K. We do have a New Caledonia, Uzbekistan World Cup match possibility, and I would just like to embrace that. Playoff 1. Most likely DR Congo. Tough group to get top 2 in, though. But remember, third place teams can advance in this World Cup. And that means England gets Ghana. And Ghana bounces to L. And New Zealand is going Belgium, Egypt, Iran, New Zealand. That's gettable for New Zealand. Egypt and Iran are at least within striking distance for them. While England's going to have to deal with Croatia and Ghana, which is tough. Yeah, New Zealand, let's go! I like how the coach laughed when they said that because it's like the first time Oceania has ever been offered a direct qualifying spot. Jordan was my personal favorite. Chat. All right. Let's pull up the groups. Here we are. Groups in front of us for the first time
Europe need to be
for the
in
World
every
Cup.
Group?
Because that's the only way that you don't end up with 3 European teams in a group by requirement. Jed, thank you for the 10 months. There's a Scott, I'm afraid. What's the easiest group, dude? I'm still thinking B, even though Italy's potentially in it. Like, if that's not Italy, it's the easiest group. If it's Wales, Bosnia, Herzegovina, or Northern Ireland, it's definitely the easiest group. Douchebag, thank you so much for the Prime. Thanks for supporting the stream. Hell yeah, brother. Then Wargiven, thank you again. Shamina, thank you so much for the 7 months. Allsworth, thank you for the 20 months. Fetty, thank you for the 3 months in the Prime. Pygo, congrats on the year, dude. Thank you guys for supporting the stream and showing some love. All right, the World Cup draw is done. Group A, Mexico, South Africa, South Korea, European playoff D, which is most likely Denmark. Could also be Czechia. If you're Irish, this would be your group. If you're from any of these countries, including North Macedonia, as Wayne Gretzky said, this would be your World Cup group right here. Mexico, South Africa, and South Korea. You got to be happy if you're one of those teams about that draw. If you're Ireland coming into that, if you're Czechia coming into that, you're feeling pretty good. Mexico's not playing at a high level. South Korea is just, they can never consistently figure it out in big stages in the way that Japan's been able to. And South Africa's obviously happy to be there. And they're better than you probably think they are, but they're not as good as the best African teams. Group B, Canada, European Playoff A, which is Italy, Wales, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Northern Ireland, and then Qatar and Switzerland. the happiest person out of this draw is Switzerland, I think. I mean, getting the Italy part of the European playoff is obviously a bit of a tough draw, but Switzerland getting Canada from pot 1 and Qatar from pot 3 is like outstanding. Group C, Brazil, Morocco, Haiti, and Scotland. Cue the massive meltdown when Haiti and Scotland draw 0-0. I mean, great opportunity for Haiti to play against Brazil on the big stage. That's going to be really, really special for them. This is a tough group. Morocco is very good. Brazil's obviously incredibly talented. They've been kind of poor recently in terms of their results, but it's freaking Brazil. Haiti, I don't see Haiti being able to put up much of a fight in this group. I don't think they have, like, they did really well in World Cup qualifying. They won a group with Honduras and Costa Rica in it, two teams that expected to go like to the World Cup, right? But I don't see a path for Haiti. I think if Scotland plays a very Scotland match, Haiti could get a draw, but I just don't see them being able to squeeze something off Morocco or Brazil to try and get a third place finish, because you're going to need a third place finish. Yeah, I think the most likely outcome, and I love Haiti, right? Obviously, we made the video where we went there, like huge. I'm always rooting for Haiti. I don't see them being able to get out of that group. Like, as far as the U.S. is concerned, I'm very happy with this draw. I think it could have been a lot worse. I don't know if it could have been too much better. We get European Playoff C, which best team in it is Turkey, and I think I have a lot of respect for Turkey. They're very good. But I think if we get Slovakia, Kosovo, or Romania, this group becomes incredibly soft, right? The U.S. should be able to, based off world ranking, win this group. If it's Turkey, I think I'll just be happy if we get top 2. Because Turkey has been fantastic. Incredibad, thank you for the 19 months, dude. I appreciate it.
Are you going to rank the difficulty of each group?
Maybe. Now, honestly, I think Mexico might have the easiest group. Mexico got South Africa and South Korea, which is a second-tier African team and a second-tier Asian team. And then they got European Playoff D, which is Denmark at worst. I don't know. Let's keep going. I think there's probably easier groups down below. But I'm happy with the U.S. draw. I am happy with the U.S. draw. And if we play at the level that we should be able to play at with the players that we have, we should be able to get out of this group easily. We should be able to get out of this group easily. We do have one of the easier groups 100%, but it's also because we don't have a pot 1 team in our group because we're a pot 1 team because hosts. We would have been a pot 2 team if we weren't hosts. All right, Group E, Germany, Curacao, Ivory Coast, and Ecuador. If pot 4 gave us like a harder team, if it gave us one of the European playoff groups, for example, this would have been the group of death. But Germany, Ivory Coast, and Ecuador are all going to beat each other up. I don't know what Curacao is going to be able to do. Depending on what happens in the playoffs, I believe Curacao is the worst team at this World Cup. They just survived for an upset of Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago to get here out of qualifying, which was a huge bottle by Jamaica and Trinidad. But I mean, watch the stream. The YMCA is playing. I don't think I will. I don't know. They dusted off the Village People to come perform the YMCA. We're getting a Village People performance. It's Trump's favorite song. We're going to keep going through the groups instead of watching musical performances. Group F, Netherlands, Japan, European Playoff B, which is, I actually need a refresher. It's Ukraine, Sweden, Poland, Albania. So you're probably getting like Ukraine or Poland. It's a pretty tough group. That's a pretty tough group. There's no easy match in that group. Tunisia is not an easy match. Nah, bro. Okay. The easiest group is G. Belgium's draw is hilariously bad. New Zealand, Iran, Egypt. Like, if you're Dutch, no easy matches in this group. Tunisia's, like, unkillable. They're so annoying to play against. You get a mid-European team in Japan. That's pretty tough. Group G, like, if you're Belgian, oh my. What a draw. Every single one of these teams has been kindled with a massive amount of belief. New Zealand absolutely can take something from Iran and Egypt. Like, the knockouts is beckoning for all four teams in Group G. The knockouts is beckoning for all four teams, but Belgium's got to be able to take care of that. It's snowing in DC. It's not snowing here. It looks like snow. Who do I think goes through an F? Japan 1, Netherlands 2, whoever's in Group B playoff 3. AJ, thank you for the prime. Why did Uzbekistan skip France's group? Dude, I have no idea. I have no idea. Group H, we have Spain, Cape Verde, Saudi Arabia, and Uruguay. That's a really good draw for Spain. It would have... Oh, it has to do with the playoff stuff. Okay. It had to do with the FIFA playoff stuff. It's like some crazy math going on. You underestimate Uruguay? Brother, I just watched them lose to the US B team 5-1. I'm estimating them. I mean, Uruguay's going to get in there and they're going to fight, and they've got more talent than Cape Verde and Saudi Arabia, and I expect them to finish second in this group. But Saudi Arabia and Cape Verde are both looking at Uruguay and licking their chops. And I don't think Uruguay's really going to be able to threaten Spain the way they're playing right now. No, I think G is easier. I think G is easier because I think New Zealand's completely untested. We have no idea. Like, their qualifying is so easy. We have no idea what they're bringing. It's Chris Wood and some dudes. Iran, they just are who they are. Dude, they're the level of that national team has not changed for 20 years. They play at that level. They're competitive. They work hard. You know, they've got some skill, but they don't have any really explosive players in terms of their talent. And then Egypt has Mo Salah, obviously. Outside of Mo Salah, Egypt is basically Iran. So, like, they play, they're from the same footballing culture, right? They play the same way. They develop a lot of their talent in their domestic league that plays up to a certain level and then kind of stops. And it's good enough to get to the World Cup, but... Oh, shoot, I forgot about Marmouche. I forgot about Omar Marmouche. Egypt did just lose to Uzbekistan in a friendly. I mean, don't sleep on Uzbekistan. Them guys are all right. But I'm saying Group G is the easiest group. Group G is the easiest group in this thing. The easiest group is basically always a group that only has one European team in it. Check. And the pot one team is Belgium, which is arguably the worst pot one team outside the hosts. And then, like, you don't have an Ivory Coast in here, like a real lethal team. Yeah, the U.S. first match is Paraguay. All right. So Group H, Spain, probably Uruguay, but it's a little up in the air. Group I is brutal. Brutal. FIFA playoff, dude. Iraq, Suriname, or Bolivia is about to get parachuted into a murder. Group I is disgusting. Senegal has an argument to be the best team in Africa. France, one of the favorites. Norway, just destroyed qualifying and has the best striker in the world. And then you're going to drop freaking, like, Bolivia in here. Like, imagine if Suriname makes the World Cup and this is their group. The Mbappe-Holland match is going to go really hard. That's going to go really hard. Holland would score like 9 goals on Senegal. Or on Suriname. Holland would score 9 goals against Suriname. I've watched Suriname play. They just lost 3-1 at Guatemala with World Cup qualification on the line.
Duck on the ground. I said, young man, stop poking that clown.
Do. Yeah, Potch is being interviewed on TV about the group. I kind of want to listen to this. All right, they got Pacha Mike. I'm listening to them interview Pochettino about the U.S. group. I forgot. We played friendlies against both these teams pretty recently, and we beat both of them. So we got to be feeling good about that. He's saying they're believing we can go through. They were trying to like catch him. Oh, you're laughing about it. You must be happy. All right, Group J, Argentina, Algeria, Austria, Jordan. I'm thinking this is a 3-horse race. I'm thinking if you're Austria, you're probably pretty happy with this because Jordan's somebody that you should be able to handle. Obviously, Jordan's a happy to be there type of team. Surprise first-time qualifier in Jordan. Not really, because they've done really well in the Asian Cup. It's just Uzbekistan's talked about a lot more because there's such an obscure part of the world where Jordan is just kind of an also-ran. But, I mean, what's his name? I forgot his freaking name. The striker. It's like Altum something. Current squad. Well, no, like the... Altamari. Musa Altamari. Thank you. Oh, it took me forever to find that. Musa Altamari. He's good. Musa Altamari is good. This is just their squad for the Arab Cup. But Musa Altamari's got game. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know any of their other guys. This guy plays for West Brom, but I don't really know him. Yeah. So I think Jordan's probably in a happy to be there category, particularly with this group. There isn't like an uber weak pot 2 or pot 3 team that Jordan's got a chance to take a shot at. Algeria is strong. They're really happy to be back at the World Cup after losing to Cameroon in the playoff last time around. Austria's in the World Cup for the first time since 1998. So those teams are going to be fired up. They're going to be coming in here. But there's not a lot of World Cup experience between those two teams, which is obviously the same for Jordan. So that should present an opportunity, maybe. What do you think of the chances for Algeria? Pretty good. I mean, as far as European teams that you could be playing goes, Austria is pretty gettable. Argentina has been great. I don't think you're going to be able to get much off Argentina. But, you know, your pot 1 teams like gravy. I think Algeria is in a good spot. You got to get the 3 points against Jordan. Not ruin your goal difference against Argentina. And then it comes down to a match with Austria, which I think Algeria can absolutely win. I don't really see a path for Jordan, though. Group K, you get playoff 1. We can assume that's DR Congo. It's either DR Congo or Jamaica, assuming Jamaica can beat North Caledonia, or New Caledonia, not North Caledonia. There aren't two, as far as I'm aware. Uzbekistan is better than people think. Colombia is, like, to me, a full dark horse. They're a talented team. They were not great in World Cup qualifying, but when you show up at the tournament, you have talent. World Cup qualifying doesn't always matter. Portugal, if I'm Portugal, I'm pretty happy with this. Like, if you're Portugal and you can't finish ahead of Uzbekistan and DR Congo, you probably don't deserve to go through. Or Jamaica. I think if you're DR Congo or Jamaica, you're also looking at this going, this isn't bad, right? Because Uzbekistan's a team that, I mean, you know, out of pot 3, that's a good draw. And Colombia, I mean, you dodged like the real massive teams out of the first pot. You don't have a Brazil, a Spain, a France, and England. Portugal's kind of a half step down from that. And you did not get, in my opinion, one of the top 3 or 4 South American teams, which would be the Brazil, Argentina, Ecuador. So, like, Colombia obviously should be finishing second in this, but if you're DR Congo or if you're Uzbekistan, the door is a little open. Remember, third place teams will advance. There's 12 groups, which means how many teams go through? 32. 8 of the 12 third place teams will go through. So if you finish third, you have a 66% chance of being able to go through to the knockouts as well, which is good news for England because England's group sucks. They have Croatia and Ghana, and they've got a Panama team that's better than the last Panama team that went to the World Cup. Panama was good in World Cup qualifying. They got out of the hardest group in CONCACAF. They did well there. Hey, Crew Kid, thank you for the $2 donation on YouTube. USA v Paraguay. Fight! Also, Z Citizen, thank you so much for the Prime. Yeah, 8 of the 12 third place teams are going. 8 of the 12 third place teams are going. So, I mean, for a team like Panama, it's like, basically what that means, chat, is if you win a match, if you win a World Cup match, any match, if you get one win, you're probably in the knockouts. Because 3 points should be enough to get you top 8 as a third place team, even if you lose the other 2. I think it favors more offense, personally. I think you're probably going to end up with a less exciting final group stage day because there will be more teams that are guaranteed qualification. But we're going to get a whole other round of knockout matches, which I absolutely love. There's just going to be so much more drama with that, so much more intensity with that. Your draw is going to matter so much more when it comes to the knockouts as well. And I think, you know, that third place, 8 of the 12 third place teams going through is nice. For teams that are in hard groups, it's nice. Almost all teams in third last World Cup are on 4 points. Somebody said there's a simulator out online. I don't know if that's where I was supposed to go. What are the paths? Like, if the USA wins their group, who do they play? I'm assuming it's all pathed out. Thank you, Propane Burrito. All right, so you can pick each match. So where's 1D? 1D plays the third place team from B, E, F, I, or J. So we get a third place team. It's going to be freaking England, isn't it? We're going to get a third place team. It's going to be England. Runner-up of G if you finish second. Oh, yes. Bro, if we finish second in the group, we get the runner-up from G, which is very likely Egypt, Iran, or New Zealand. Simulated? All right, let's get into this. Let's pick some scores. I mean, obviously, we don't know the European qualifier, but we will assume. We will assume that the favorites win all of the qualifiers, and we will pick it based off that. So Mexico, South Africa. Honestly, the way Mexico's been playing, I'm going to go 1-1 in that match. And then qualifying 4 is Denmark. So South Korea and Denmark. Yeah, 1-1 South Africa, Mexico. It's the same as South Africa. Dude, that's the opening match. For the second time in World Cup history, the opening match is South Africa, Mexico. All right, Denmark against South Korea. I don't know. South Korea hasn't really won me over. I mean, we know weird results are going to be happening all over the place. I think if Denmark does come into this, they're going to be a bit on fire here. I'm going to go Denmark 2-0. But I am very aware that, like, South Korea could totally win that match. This is not my final pick'em, chat. This is not my final pick'em, but we can push the link in the chat if you want to, like, pick along with me. Denmark against South Africa. Oh, boy. I think South Korea beats Mexico. It's going to be like a bit of a nightmare for Mexico. I think South Korea beats Mexico 1-0. I just got a weird feeling that South Korea's vibe style is going to find a goal against Mexico, where the organization of Denmark is going to take care of business there. South Africa against Denmark. Do I pick an upset here? No. Whoa. I hit the wrong. No, not 41. Not 41. I hit the wrong number. I'm going Denmark 2-1. I think Denmark grabs the win. I think we end up with a pretty wild match between Mexico and Denmark in this situation. I'll go 2-2 because Mexico's going to be playing for their life here. And then we have South Korea and South Africa. South Africa playing for their life here. Mexico's playing at home, though. Am I really thinking they're not? No, I'm going to take Mexico for the win in this opening match. Mexico's going to win somewhere. And then South Korea and South Africa are basically playing for third in that situation. I think this would be a sensational match. Sensational match in a sensational scenario. I really have a lot of respect for the way South Africa handled the qualifying. I'm actually going to take South Africa in kind of just like an iconic World Cup like match where South Africa wins 3-1 and I have them taking the third spot in this group with a win at the last. None of these teams have dealt with Mexican fans. That is true. All right, Group B. So that's I have Denmark, then Mexico, then South Africa, then South Korea. I mean, I didn't expect South Korea to be finishing last. That's just the way that I picked it. That's just it. Look, I am picking each match individually, and then the table is what it is, okay? The table is what it is. I'm picking each match individually. So qualifying UEFA 1, that is Italy. Italy sucks, though, so I think Canada sucks at defense, but they can score. So I think this is going to be a really vibes-based match. Italy's been caught in a lot of those in qualifying as well. I'm going to pick a 2-2 draw. I am not picking against a host nation in the opening match that's not named Qatar, dude. The energy is just off the charts. It's ridiculous, and Italy's not playing well, even if they do survive their qualifying. Switzerland, I've got them skunking Qatar in the opening match. Qatar, every time you put a World Cup in the title of the competition, they are not good. I am not having faith in them this time. Switzerland and Italy. This has all the makings of a classic rock fight. I'm going to give it to Italy with a 1-0 win. I think this is where Italy survives. I think Canada runs a riot. I think this is going to be a really fun match that Canada ends up winning 4-2. I have no respect for the Canadian defense, but I do think Canada's going to get their 4 points there, chat. I do. And then we've got Switzerland and Canada. This is basically for the top of the group. I think the Swiss kind of show Canada levels a little bit, and they go out and win the group. And then we've got Qatar against Italy. I think Italy scores late to win in like some sort of uncomfortable showdown. That puts Canada comfortably in a third place spot. But it does send Italy and Switzerland through with the way that I've picked this group. 3-0 Switzerland over Canada. Yeah, I went with the 2-0. Canada versus Italy in Toronto will have more Italy fans. No. Canadian fans actually go really hard, but there are a lot of Italians in the U.S. and in Canada. So, Group C, Brazil, Morocco to kick it off. Oh, baby.
In the coach with the tightest pants World Cup, Canada has to be the clear favorite.
I didn't type Canada. Oh, Jesse Marsh? Is he rocking some time? Dude, I forgot Jesse Marsh was the coach. I didn't apply my brain cells. I mean, those are tight. Those are some tight pants right there, chat. Those are tight. I think Canada's got a real shot in the tightest pants World Cup. I think Brazil-Morocco is a great match. I think Brazil-Morocco is a great match. Hey, Poke, thank you for the 4 months. Crew Kid, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate it, brother. Remember, we're raising money for War Child all week. We've raised over 16,000 pounds already. Thank you to everybody that has donated. Oh, man. What's your pick? Brazil, Morocco. I'll tell you right now, I've got Scotland beating Haiti 1-0. Scotland guts out the Haiti win to open the World Cup with 3 points. I'm tempted to pick that Morocco upset. I'm tempted to pick this Morocco upset. They are flying as a national team program right now. Do-do-do. 3-0 by Brazil, but then they bottle against Haiti. No, they're not going to bottle against Haiti. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take Morocco in a wild World Cup opening win over Brazil. There you go. Scotland and Morocco. 1-1. That's a 1-1 result for me. Scotland, Morocco's 1-1 for me. Brazil, Haiti. I think we're getting levels here. I think Brazil opens it up. Their quality is just, there's such a quality gap there. But I think we see a little bit of a sideways score. And then going into the final match day, Scotland, Brazil. Rest in peace, Curacao. Yeah, 100%. They got a brutal, brutal draw, dude. Scotland and Brazil. It's match day 3. Everything will be on the line for Scotland. Scotland opening with Haiti is very nice because they've got a good opportunity to put 3 points up on the board to then play with for the rest of the group. I'm going to take Brazil to win. I don't like that I have Brazil winning 2 matches, but I am going to take Brazil to win that match. I think we get, I'm going to give Haiti a goal. I want Haiti to score a World Cup goal. I'm going to give them a goal, but I think Morocco kind of takes them to the cleaners a little bit. That puts Morocco top of the group with 7, Brazil in second with 6, and Scotland in a solid position as a second place team. All right, U.S. against Paraguay. We're going to score 1,776 goals. They're going to score 0. So the hot start for us. Australia against Turkey. Hey, Macwell, thanks for raiding in, dude. You guys are back again. Hope you had a good stream doing the watch along. We're picking the World Cup right now. Bald eagle noises. I missed a fanfic. Oh, that's terrible. Thank you for raiding in, dude. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome to Macwell viewers. We're picking the World Cup right now. This is what we've got. We've got a really fun, wild Group A where every team wins at least one match. We've got a Group B where you see Denmark and Switzerland take the top 2 spots. Group C, I've got Haiti in the bottom of the group here, but I got Morocco winning the group with a win over Brazil. I made Macwell raid. I don't know. Macwell always raids with really intense copy pasta, which I don't judge for because we usually raid with copy pasta as well. All right, Macwell raid. Australia or Turkey? What's the score? What's this Infantino POV thing? We got Australia and Turkey. That's what I'm picking right now. He made it. Everything was worth it. The trophy. You could say that I moved the world around just to bring him here. The red tie. His hair as perfect as could be. My president. My star-spangled American hero. Infantino, the jilted lover. You should probably be more jealous of Bill Clinton. Do not look into the copy pasta further. You got it. I'm looking at a vibes-based draw between Australia and Turkey. Turkey's going to come out with their hair on fire. I'm going 2-2. All right, actual score, I think the U.S. beats Paraguay 1-0 on like a Pulisic crotch goal. All right, Turkey against Paraguay. I think this is where Turkey finds their stride. I think Paraguay bludgeons their way to some sort of result. USA against Australia. I think the U.S. is actually able to open it up a little bit. I think this is the game the U.S. will be able to open it up, and like people will be feeling really good about the United States after that game. And then I've got us coming in here and losing this one. Nope. I think the U.S. draws Turkey and takes first place in the group. All right, Paraguay and Australia battling for second. I mean, they kind of need a goal. You don't want to be a 2-point second place team. I'm going to take Paraguay for the win. I'll take Paraguay winning that match. Australia shows a lot of life, but there you go. Okay, Group E. Ivory Coast, Curacao, Ecuador, and Germany. Oh, boy. I'm sorry, Curacao. I'm going to go 5-0 to Germany in the opening match. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go 6-1. I think Curacao gets a goal because Germany's not paying attention. I think it's 6-1. Ivory Coast, Ecuador, 0-0. Ecuador is the best defensive team in South American qualifying. Ivory Coast allowed 0 goals in qualifying. I think that is an absolutely perfect 0-0. Now, Ivory Coast is really good right now. Now, Algeria's group's really nice, really accessible. Zealand, that was the cringiest World Cup draw in history. Yes, probably was. It probably was. Ecuador against Curacao. I think it's going to be a weird 1-0. There's always one of those, like, teams like Curacao don't get blown out all 3 matches. I think we end up with a weird 1-0, kind of North Korea against Brazil type 1-0. Germany and Ivory Coast. I think here is where Germany gets in trouble. I don't know why, but I'm feeling an Ivory Coast 3-2 that all of a sudden puts Germany in a hot seat here. The problem is, it's not like Curaçao's going to be able to take that 3rd place away from Germany, and they padded their goal difference. And I think you get Ivory Coast is going to drop a 4-0 on Curaçao. And then I think this is a draw. But at what score? I'm going to go 1-1. Look, chat, I'm trying to pick the right upsets because we know. Does a World Cup ever go chalk? No. The World Cup never goes chalk, dude. I don't trust Germany at these tournaments. This whole generation of German players has not been able to execute successfully. Even in this World Cup qualifying, they lost to Slovakia. Like, this is not a team that executes effectively. I think Germany blows out Curaçao, gets caught up against a very tough Ecuador team with a tough draw, and just loses a wild shootout against Ivory Coast. I think that's positive. That's what I'm picking. I mean, this isn't my final pick because the playoff actually, they hasn't come through and all the favorites in the playoffs won't win, and I'm going to repick everything. But right now, I mean, look, the World Cup does not go chalk. Chaos always happens. So even at the last World Cup, you had that crazy Portugal-Ghana match when Ghana was way worse than Ivory Coast is right now. Germany was the last team in to pot A or pot 1 or whatever. But like, it's you can't just pick all chalk. And that based off the results that I just picked, Ivory Coast is actually going to win the group, which is kind of wild. Okay. Next group, Japan, Netherlands, Tunisia, and qualifier 2, which the favorite is Ukraine from that section. So Netherlands, Japan, oh my. My Japan favoritism is going to come out here. I'm going to give that to Japan 2-0. Tunisia is going to lose to whoever this is 1-0 in an absolute rock fight. Look, you guys know this. I've been on the Japan train all day, bro. I have been on the Japan train. That team is so good. I think Netherlands is going to be fine. I think they come out and win this match 3-1 against whoever they're playing at this round. Tunisia, Japan. This is the match that Japan always blows. I'm going to give them a 0-0 draw with Tunisia. That's the match Japan always blows. And then you get them up against like a Ukraine here. I think Japan takes it. So they end up with 7 points for the draw against Tunisia. That's the way that Japan... I mean, at the last World Cup, Japan beat Germany, lost to Costa Rica, and beat Spain. Now, Netherlands against Tunisia, I agree. I think it's a boat racing. I think we end up with... I'll give them a 3. I'll give them a 3-0 win for the Netherlands. Puts them nice and second in the group. Japan in first with the European team right on the line to get into the knockouts. All right, Group G. Belgium against Egypt. I actually think Belgium's going to hear a lot of the disrespect and show up in this tournament and just start laying the wood. I think they're going to beat Egypt 4-1. New Zealand and Iran. New Zealand and Iran. The vibes around Iran's national team are really weird. I like a 1-0 to New Zealand here. Like a real surprise 1-0. Like Mehdi Taremi after a friendly for Iran went on some long rant about how the federation and the government's not helping Iranian football. The vibes around the national team are really weird right now. And New Zealand's coming in with Chris Wood in form. All right, New Zealand, Egypt. I think Mo Salah delivers in this one. I think Egypt finds a way to go win this match. I think Egypt wins it. You know what? I don't trust Egypt's defense. I'm going to give it a 2-1, but Egypt picks up the 3 points. Belgium against Iran. I'm going to go 2-0 to Belgium. I think Belgium walks through this group. Just waltzes to 9 points in a group win, which does not happen often. It does not happen often. But I'll give them the win over New Zealand pretty convincingly. And then we've got Egypt and Iran next. The doo-doo-doo. This is like the match to decide what's going on. I don't think it'd be boring, because especially Iran's going to need a result in this match. And anytime you need a result, there's at least aggression and goals. Shaky Iran win, that would knock out New Zealand. But hey, I'm picking each match, and then the table looks like how it looks like. I'm just picking each match. I think we get a wild one. Like just an absolutely insane, weird one. Egypt ends up second in the group, able to find a way with their creativity and their goal scoring. And we just, like, one of those matches kind of reminds me of like Iran against Wales, where it's just kind of an insane match. Some late goals, some late drama. All right, Group H, Spain and Cape Verde. That's a fun match. Not a big travel distance between these guys. I think we get an early Cape Verde goal and then Spain runs it up. Kind of like Australia against France at the last World Cup. But I think Cape Verde is at a level above Curacao and above Jordan. Like as a debutant, they knocked Cameroon out in qualifying and they did it in style. I think Cape Verde gets an early goal Australia style against France, and then Spain wakes up and kind of unfurls and puts a few goals by them. I want you to understand something, though. Cape Verde is not nearly as bad as Curacao or Haiti or Jordan or New Zealand. Like, Cape Verde is more competent. All right, Saudi Arabia, Uruguay. Bro, I am going to disrespect the hell out of Uruguay because I watched the U.S. beat them 5-1. I am going to disrespect the hell out of Uruguay. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. I'm not gonna have them losing this one though. I think Saudi Arabia is coming into this World Cup with actual expectations. I think they're gonna play hard. I think Uruguay's taking that. Uruguay against Cape Verde. Uruguay against Cape Verde. Do. Do-do-do-do. 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 I got Uruguay winning both those matches. So I guess I'm not dissing Uruguay too hard there. Do I do it? Do I give the Saudis this one? Hey, thank you for the donation, John Burns. Third Canada plays the US, two hosts playing each other. That would be fun. That's never happened. I know Spain is strong. I'm not going to give them this. I'm actually going to give this a 1-1 where Saudi Arabia scores like their only shot on goal. And then I've got Spain beating Uruguay 1-0. Saudi Arabia, Cape Verde is basically the playoff for third place here. And I think Saudi Arabia takes it. I think Saudi Arabia takes it 2-0. They go into third place and they're feeling good. I think Cape Verde can keep it interesting. I definitely think they can keep it interesting. It's just a pretty tough group for Cape Verde, and I don't think Saudi Arabia with that spot on the line at the end. And they have a lot of World Cup experience that Cape Verde doesn't have. I wanted to pick Cape Verde. I just think it's that World Cup experience that's going to carry Saudi Arabia through that. Cape Verde has a lot of top league guys. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay, yeah, I'm done. That's how I'm picking that. I can't pick Cape Verde to beat Saudi Arabia. I think they could. Cape Verde has a chance. I'm just not picking it. I will be rooting for it. I'm just not picking it. I don't see it in my I don't see it in my vision as what I should be picking. In my vision. All right, Group I. This group is savage. I'm going to take France 4-2 over Senegal. We assume this is Iraq. We assume that the second match is Iraq. Oh, you can click on the player. Oh, okay. Weird. All right. Norway against Iraq. Love you, Iraq. Sorry. I think Norway is very good against bad teams. I think Norway is able to just murder bad teams. This is the match Senegal has to win. Norway against France. I think France wins it. And then I'm going to take France, obviously, to walk through their final match against Iraq with a 4-0 win. Actually, 3-0. They'll be rotated. So I think France actually pieces this group up. I'm picking it. That Norway match will be tough, though. That Norway match will be tough. Holland against Mbappe. I think they both score. I think they're legacy aware. But I'm actually taking France to get all 9 points. So I'm loving what they can do here. As long as I'm picking them to beat Norway, and I think they get 9 points. Now, do I think Iraq is going to ruin Senegal's day? I don't. I really don't. I don't think Iraq scores a goal, unfortunately. I'm very happy and excited for them to be able to go to the World Cup, but I don't think they score a goal. And then Senegal and Norway is the last match. I think we get a really fun 2-2 draw. I'm hoping. Anyways. I'm hoping we get that. I'm hoping we get a fun match like that. Z is off, in my opinion. I mean, I got France, Norway, and Senegal kind of tied up at 4. That group looks right to me. Are you saying I should have put Iraq first in that group? All right, we got 3 groups left to pick. We got 3 groups left to pick, chat. Algeria, Argentina, Austria, and Jordan. We have Argentina against Algeria. I think Argentina gets a 1-0 win there. A nice, easy kind of little start to that. Group I is the group of death. Group I is definitely deadly, particularly if you're Suriname. If you somehow get to the World Cup as Suriname, I think those scores could be way more crooked. Iraq is a sturdy team. They don't get flattened by the best Asian teams. Austria against Jordan. I think we get a 0-0 here. I think Jordan reaches out from the grave and just pulls Austria down with them and grabs a 0-0. Then Algeria beats Jordan 2-1. No way Jordan's not that good. Potential World Cup team, South Korea, that a lot of people love to pick as a dark horse, who beat Australia in the previous round, who beat Saudi Arabia in the round before that, lost to Jordan. Jordan made the Asian Cup final at the last Asian Cup. They are better than people would think. And Austria is not an offensively explosive team. There is no doubt about that. There is no doubt. Okay, Qatar at the Asian Cup is a completely different team than one that shows up at the World Cup. Qatar has won back-to-back Asian Cups over Japan, Iran, Australia, South Korea, Saudi Arabia. Qatar has won back-to-back Asian Cups. At the Asian Cup, they're a completely different team. They play free, they play whatever. In World Cup qualifying and anything that has to do with the World Cup, Qatar is ass. They're terrible. So losing to Qatar in the Asian Cup final is something that everybody from Asia has done. But I think that Austria is a team that does not have a lot of offense. Jordan's going to be playing passionate defense in their first ever World Cup match, and they are good enough to keep Austria from scoring. And I think that it's possible, and I'm feeling it, so I'm picking it. But I'm also feeling an Argentina draw with Austria because I feel like Austria is capable of, they can swing both ways. They aren't a very capable offensive team, but they've got the juice. Meanwhile, I've got Argentina running over Jordan 4-0 in the last match, so it's not like Jordan's going anywhere, right? And then we've got Algeria against Austria, which is a really interesting match here. I don't really know what I want to pick. And also, yes, remember, very few teams win all 3 group stage matches. There's so much passion and intensity, and the level is so high at the World Cup in terms of the effort and the commitment from teams. It's very difficult to win all 3 of your group stage matches, even if your group is pretty easy. So you don't want to pick too many teams that are just breezing the group, even though Argentina is going to be a pretty heavy favorite in all 3 matches. And I think the most likely match to drop points is going to be Austria. I think that's the team that can get them. I don't know what the 82 incident is, but Austria will go into this match needing a win. Algeria will go into this match needing a draw. I think draw wins out. I think we end up with a 0-0 that keeps Austria out of the back of the net. I think Algeria takes the first place and Austria. So over here on the second place teams, Paraguay and New Zealand are now eliminated as second place teams in the way, or as third place teams in the way I've picked this. So let's go to Group K. Colombia against DR Congo, Portugal, and Uzbekistan. So we've got Portugal against DR Congo. This would definitely be the funny match that Portugal drops points in, wouldn't it? All right. The one match that I feel comfortable with is Portugal 2-0 over Uzbekistan with a Ronaldo goal that he celebrates and everybody clowns him for scoring against Uzbekistan. All right. Portugal against first match. Focus. Portugal against DR Congo. I don't like that. I don't like a Portugal blowout here. DR Congo just knocked out Cameroon and Nigeria. I like that. I like Portugal taking it by a goal, and then they beat Uzbekistan as well, so they're feeling pretty good about their group. Uzbekistan against Colombia. I think Colombia gets it with a late goal. I think Colombia beats them with a late goal. This is a draw. DR Congo manages a point against Colombia, and that sends us to DR Congo against Uzbekistan. And I actually think Uzbekistan wins that 3-1. Uzbekistan's had really good runs in friendlies recently, and I think the White Wolves can beat DR Congo. That match comes down to it. Like 2-1, not 3-1. I don't know where I'm getting the 3 from. I think they squeak it. I think Colombia... Ooh. I think Colombia beats Portugal. I think Colombia beats Portugal. I think that's where Portugal slips. I think they clinch their trip to the next round, but then they slip against Colombia in the last match. And then Uzbekistan jumps into third with a win against DR Congo in the last match. Tough for DR Congo, but it's not an easy group necessarily. DR Congo and Uzbekistan both would have been my favorite, like, out of left field dark horses, because the Uzbeks have been really good recently and DR Congo's been really good recently too. But there's only so many points available. All right, final group. England, Croatia. I know it's supposed to be a spicy match. I don't think it will be. I think it's 0-0. Croatia plays such a conservative, hard-nosed style at World Cups, too. There's almost no goals in those Croatia World Cup matches, dude. I'm going 0-0. England, Croatia, sleepy draw to start it off. They know that they should be able to pick up the points down the line. Ghana, Panama could be fun. Ghana obviously is coming off like 8 years of being absolutely terrible, like not even getting out of AFCON group stages and stuff. And they finally seem to be back on the horse. They had a good qualifying this time around. They're starting to wake up again. They obviously have talented players. Like, I love Mohamed Kudus. Panama is literally the 30th ranked national team in the world. They're kind of slept on. This is a way better Panama team than the one that went to Russia in 2018. That was obviously 8 years ago. This is their second ever World Cup. Man, I really don't know where I feel like this game could be a lot of fun or it could be really boring. I think there's a wide range of possibilities. I think both of these teams could win by multiple goals, which is fun. That is very fun. Yeah, well, I kind of wanted to go 3-2 Ghana, but I don't think there'll be that many goals, so I'm going to go 2-1. Now that's bad news for England and Croatia because Ghana gets those 3 points early. Ghana's got they've got more quality, like top level quality, so they have the ability to punch up towards England and Croatia more. And then, I mean, this is like the whole World Cup for both of these teams. If either of these teams loses this first match, they're basically out and they know it. It's like, it's the whole World Cup for them. All right, Panama against Croatia. I think Croatia takes it 3-1. They get their win up on the board. I think they're going to open their style of play up against a team they know they're more talented than. Ghana and England. Oh, goodness, this is a draw, ain't it? And then England rolls into this match and wins 4-0 against Panama. When it absolutely has to, England goes out and delivers the win against Panama. England will have very fond memories of beating Panama like 7-1 or whatever they beat them in Russia, so they'll be able to go out there and take care of business. Ghana could win. England's obviously the more likely winner. And then Croatia against Ghana. Nope. I think Croatia wins it 1-0. Ghana slips down. Oh, I knocked Uzbekistan out. Oh, no. I knocked Uzbekistan out. Oh, no. The Uzbeks are the first team out. The 4 third-place teams that don't make it are New Zealand, Paraguay, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. Oh, tragic. My boy Blue, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you, Pygo, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Oof, for the 500 bits. Thank you, guys. Remember, we are raising money for War Child. We've raised over 16,000 pounds so far, doing charity streams all week. Please, if you've got a couple of extra pounds, dollars, pesos, whatever to spare, click the link at the top of both of the chats. That has just been repinned. Thank you. Click the link at the top of both of the chats to be able to donate to War Child. And thank you to everybody that has donated so far. You've been absolutely fantastic. Haptic, thank you for the 47 months. All right. So what are the matchups then? Oh, yes. Oh, we're looking at the World Cup, dude. Where's Italy? Who should they be playing? I was like, yeah, we're missing some people. The second freaking pathway. All right, Ivory Coast against Scotland. Forever. I mean, can I not type a score? Like, what do we... You can't type a score? You can just pick. Okay. Scotland, Ivory Coast. I mean, if you're Scotland, that's a pretty solid draw. You're happy with that. I'm obviously going to go France over Saudi Arabia. I'll just keep clicking until I see a score that I feel good about. Honestly, 3-1, I feel pretty good about that. I feel pretty good about that, too. I think Ivory Coast gets by Scotland 1-0 in an absolute rock fight. The old Scotland way, but Scotland gets to the World Cup knockouts, and that is a nice run for them. All right. Mexico, Switzerland. Bro, Japan gets Brazil in my mock-up. Because Brazil finished second. Mexico, Switzerland, Chad. Who do we think's taking that? Mexico, of course, will be playing at home. Two teams that love to get knocked out in the first knockout round. One of them is going to win a World Cup knockout match. Is there no pin option? All right, I'll take a 1-0 to Mexico over Switzerland. I think Mexico gets to the round of 16 on vibes alone. Mexico is not, this is the worst Mexico team that you will have seen at the World Cup in a very long time. But I think they will be buoyed by ridiculous home support to being able to get by Switzerland. I think they will be, oh, Portugal, England. I made a Portugal-England round of 32 match, dude. Sorry, I'm looking ahead. Japan, Brazil. I got Japan. I'm high on Japan, dude. I am high on Japan. I think it starts an inquest with Brazil. Dude, nobody, like... Nobody realizes how bad the Brazilian national team has been. The Brazilian national team dropped the same number of points as Paraguay, Colombia, and Uruguay in World Cup qualifying. It had more losses than all of those teams. Like, they have been so bad. They cannot figure it out. They're still Brazil and they have the talent, but yeah, like if they were playing against Algeria or something, I would pick them. But Japan is not a team you want to run into. Obviously, if Japan and Brazil play against each other, Brazil will be the betting favorite. They will most likely win. I think Japan can get it. I think Japan can get through that match, and then you get a Mexico-Japan round of 16. Portugal, England. This is the part where England starts to believe. This is the match where England starts to believe. I'm not buying Portugal stock for this World Cup. This is the match where England starts to believe it's possible. Spain walks by Algeria. Unfortunate draw for Algeria. Obviously, to end up against Spain. I'm not going to pick that upset right here. England with an absurd draw. England with an absolutely absurd draw, finishing second in their Finishing second in England's group looks like a nightmare. Because I'm pretty sure I've got Portugal and Spain winning their groups. I have Spain winning their group. I have Portugal winning their group. No, I have Portugal as second. So this could be Colombia instead of Portugal if they finish second. But it's still not a side of the bracket. England does not want to finish second. If you finish second, that is very likely a Spain round of 16. You don't want that. Second place is very likely a Spain round of 16. Oh, yes. Oh, please give us this. I mean, the rivalry, the showdown would be, that's a cinema knockout match. USA, Canada. First time ever you get two host nations playing against each other. That's sick, dude. That is awesome. The winner gets Alaska. Showdown. Winner gets Alaska. If we win, we get the Yucatan. If they win, they get Alaska. I'm cool with that. Not the Yucatan, the Yukon. The Yucatan, that's Mexico. Winner, if we win, we get the Yukon territory. If they win, they get Alaska. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I think it's a patriotic 1-0. Where will it be? I don't know. I have no idea. I do not know. Oh, that's my pick. All right, Belgium, South Africa. Belgium complacent after winning their first 3 matches. South Africa's a feisty team. I'll still take Belgium to win it 2-0. That puts the U.S. up against the team that knocked us out in 2014. All right, other pathway, Morocco, Netherlands. Oh, the streets of Amsterdam, bro. Oh, there's so many cinema matchups in this round. The streets of Amsterdam. Morocco, Netherlands. I'm really high on Morocco. I'm really high on Morocco. I think Morocco gets through. I like the Netherlands to go farther than the round of 32, but the draw just was not kind. The draw was not kind. Ecuador, Norway. A ridiculously unsexy 0-0 depends win for Ecuador. Ecuador is like a fire retardant team. They shut it down, dude. They shut everything down. Ecuador was Ecuador in this qualifying had a points deduction. So they really got 32 points, making them convincing. They gave up 5 goals in 18 matches. They only lost twice in 18 matches.
My fellow Danes will push through. Much love, Mr.
You cannot blow this team away. with offense. They will drag you into the mud and they will wrestle you to the ground and they will suffocate you. And I don't think Norway gets through that. I think Ecuador gets to the round of 16. This is Denmark, Germany. This is the Denmark slot against Germany. I think Germany takes this pretty tame 1-0 if I can get a 1-0, please. I think Germany's into the round of 16 on a 1-0. Oh, Croatia, Senegal, spicy. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Italy got a pretty solid area there. Do. This is the match where we find out what level Croatia is still at, right? Last swan song for Luka Modric out there against Senegal. Are they going to lose to one of the top teams in Africa from this last decade? I mean, really, the top African teams are Morocco, Senegal, Ivory Coast, in my eyes. Those are the African teams that can really, really dent the best teams in the world. Then Algeria, then Egypt and Ghana. That's kind of, in South Africa is with them. Here, I'll pull up Senegal's national team for you guys. Because Senegal's done a really good job after their initial golden generation that won AFCON, right? They've done a really good job of producing that kind of next generation. Nicholas Jackson, Ismail Assar. I don't even know who Ibrahim Mbaye is, a 17-year-old on PSG. I feel like maybe I've heard his name, but... Pop Batarsar, Idrissa Gueye. They still have Koulibaly? Yeah, Koulibaly's still there. Really, you're just deciding whether Croatia's unkillable nature at World Cups is wearing out. Because I think talent-wise, this is a pretty close match. So it's just pure vibe based. Oh, I'm struggling with this one. This is an excellent knockout match. This is exactly the type of knockout match I love to watch. Like, who the hell knows? I'm really struggling with this one. Whoever I pick, I'm probably going to pick against Germany, too. It's going to take me a while to get the score that I want. There it is. 3-2 Croatia. In one hell of a match. I think we get a hell of a match out of that. The only question... No, I genuinely think Croatia or Senegal has an excellent chance to go by Germany. Not an easy draw for Germany either, to get Denmark and then that. I mean, I have Germany third in their group. Based off the results I ended up picking. Actually, no. Give me a 1. There you go. I don't like the 3. Uruguay's too tough for that. In that kind of stage, I don't think you'll see them get bowled over. Little South American derby. I think Argentina gets through it into the round of 16. Although that is the first match that Lionel Messi will be taking the field, that if he loses, his World Cup career is over. That is a lot of weight to carry. All right, UEFA Qual Group 3 is Turkey. This is Turkey and Egypt. I'm taking Turkey pretty easily here. I'll take them 3-1 on the Egyptians. Dude, the scenes of Turkey ends Messi's career are insane. Then we have Italy, Austria. Italy is this spot, Austria is there, and then we have Colombia, Ghana. That's the last section of the draw on this bracket that we have not picked. Battle of Isonzo? True. This is a historical beef between Austria and Italy. I think Austria, give me one. Give me 1-0. I think Austria gets like a set piece goal or something. Italy can't figure out how to put the ball in the net. Don't hate on Wales, they'll beat Austria. Fair enough. I believe it. I'm just, based off the way we're picking this, is the favorite in each of the European and intercontinental playoffs. So I think Austria can get through that and get itself to the round of 16, and then a wonderful World Cup match between Ghana and Colombia. This is why you play the World Cup, to see Ghana and Colombia play each other. Do. I think I get Colombia. I'll take a 3-1. Ghana's improved, obviously, from they somehow fell backwards into the World Cup last time, but they were not a good team. They have improved from that, but I think Colombia is still away from them. So I think we get a Colombia win, and we've got my last 16. Morocco, Ecuador, Germany, Croatia, Argentina, Turkey, Austria, Colombia, Ivory Coast, France, Mexico, Japan, England, Spain, USA, Belgium. All right, we'll start with Ivory Coast and France. Nah, I'm not picking it. I'm not picking it. I'll take France. I'll take France 3-1. I'm not picking it. I like Ivory Coast. I don't like Ivory Coast that much. Actually, you know what? I'm taking France 1-0. Ivory Coast obviously knows how to defend. I think they're going to be playing a really tight, composed style against France. I think France gets a goal from its quality. Doesn't like break them down, just gets, a banger, a little Benjamin Pavard, a little Olivier Giroud spawns in for the umpteenth time. Yeah, not even, I don't, that's an easy pick for me. That's Japan. Mexico is not that good. I think Japan is able to roll their way into the quarterfinal of the World Cup with a win there. Also, Mexico just can't get past the round of 16. They haven't been past the round of 16 since like the Carter administration. But Mexico, if I said Mexico, I believe. England and Spain. Sorry, England. I got Spain going through. Sorry, England. You got by Portugal. You can't finish second in your group. The draw is too savage. The draw is too savage. USA, Belgium. Got to be payback time. We went to extra time with them in 2014 in the round of 16. It's got... Didn't concede a goal in qualifying. Well, the two best teams you were playing were Albania and Serbia, and neither of those teams are offensive juggernauts, especially the way they choose to play. Spain had Turkey, who's way better than either of those two teams. Home court advantage takes us over the top. Maybe extra time there, but I think the U.S. gets through. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Like to see Jeremy Doku try to get by Anthony Robinson and Serginho Dest. Yeah. Both of those guys are under the age of 30. Jeremy Doku is cooked. Yeah, just don't let Doku get a hold of Tim Ream. Don't let Jeremy Doku get a hold of Tim Ream, please. You mean Alex Freeman? True. Alex Freeman just ate Uruguay alive, so maybe it should be Alex Freeman. Morocco, Ecuador, Germany, Croatia, Argentina, Turkey, Austria, Colombia. Beautiful side of the bracket here. This is a great section. Morocco, Netherlands, Ecuador, Norway. Like all four of those teams could very conceivably come out of this section. I think this is Ecuador's time, chat. I think this is Ecuador's time. I think we get an Ecuador 2-0. I think a second one's like a really late goal while Morocco's pushing. I think this is Ecuador's time. I love the Moroccan team. I think they're going to be dangerous. I think they have a chance to go really far. But I think this, based off what I'm picking right now in this moment, I think this is Ecuador's time. They're the second best team in South America pretty convincingly right now. And their ability to defend in particular has got to stand for something. Do 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 do. All right, Germany, Croatia. I think Germany starts to get like Portugal at the Euros vibes. They finished third in their group, but based off the way the draw falls, Germany just keeps fighting their way through each round. And then you end up with a complete rock fight between Ecuador and Germany in the quarterfinal. What players do you see coming out of the World Cup whose stock will rise? That's a good question. I'm going to do
see coming out of the 2026 World Cup whose stock will rise. Ala James Rodriguez.
A la James Rodriguez, of course. I'm going to do a breakdown of each team like we did for the last World Cup. And so I think I'll be more educated on that then. If I had to go through like the U.S. team, I would say Luna, Sebastian Berhalter, and Johnny and Alex Freeman. I think there's four guys on the U.S. team that could really explode. I think Seb Berhalter, I love watching him play, even though his dad was the coach. Diego Luna's a dog. Johnny's really good, just hasn't put it together with the national team. He's like an unknown name for people considering actually good midfielders. And Alex Freeman is just clearly a superstar waiting at right back. Like, just such a good player. Luna's only 22, dude. And he just has the type of personality and swagger and audacity to be a star at the World Cup. Freeman will probably play right center back. Yeah. Honestly, I think Freeman is a lot like Kyle Walker. And I think, sans the orgies. And I think that he has the opportunity to, at the World Cup, become a player that really major clubs are interested in signing. But, I mean, that's just the U.S. As far as you know, that's true. As far as I know. Chancel Mbemba for Congo. Dude, picking this... Picking this is really hard. This is going to be a ridiculous match. If we get Argentina-Turkey in the round of 16, the energy around that match is going to be ridiculous. I'm going to take Colombia 2-1. I really wanted to pick Turkey in this match. I really did. But Argentina is just actually a really good team. Still, I'm not riding like the last run. All right, France, Japan, Spain, US, Ecuador, Germany, Argentina, Colombia. Do we get a first Asian nation or a first CONCACAF nation into a World Cup semifinal? Not first. South Korea. South Korea made it in 2002. So it's South Korea and Morocco are the two only non-CONCACAF or like non-Europe or South American teams to make it that far. Oh, and the U.S. in 1930. True. I'm normally the one telling other people that fun stat. I feel like an idiot that I didn't remember it. It's usually me. No, don't worry. Don't worry, chat. Do not worry. Give me 3-1. Oh, I had it, and I clicked off it. I think we go down 2-0, score a goal, and then lose 3-1. I am not picking the U.S. to beat Spain. I think even at our best, I don't think we can get Spain. I think we need somebody that we can beat to upset Spain. But I think we can definitely beat Canada, and I think we can get Belgium with the home advantage. Spain's a terrible matchup for us, dude. Their ability to keep the ball, their technical quality does not, like, we're way more suited to playing a team like England than Spain, which is why we play against England well every time we play them. Look, no matter when the U.S. loses, I will be sad the U.S. is lost in a home World Cup. Like, no matter when we lose. But I think that if we do get to the quarterfinal, there will be such a swell of U.S. support. And I think that would be a good, like, I think a quarterfinal appearance. I hope we don't have to play a team like Spain until later. But Yeah. I mean, the U.S. getting farther than England is crazy. Yeah, but I mean, that's just the way it shakes out because England has to play Spain earlier. It's not like I'm picking the U.S. over England in a head-to-head, although I do think the U.S. matches up way better with England. A la the last World Cup where the two teams played and it was 0-0 and the U.S. had a very good shot to win that game. The U.S. is going out in the groups. That means you're saying that the U.S. is going to finish either fourth or third as one of the 33% worst third place teams, which I just don't think that's going to happen. The U.S. are a poor side. Look, we had some growing pains, but the run the U.S. has been on recently has been very good. 5-1 on Uruguay's A team, 2-1 on Paraguay, 2-1 on Australia, 1-1 with Ecuador, 2-0 on Japan, lost to South Korea, let's go. Lost the Gold Cup final to Mexico, let's go. Like this area was when we were terrible, and I was like, we're going to get grouped, it's going to be awful. But after the Gold Cup, we have awoken. Pochettino's gotten the team playing the right way. Not played one good team. Japan's good. Ecuador's good. Ecuador's the second best team in South American qualifying. I'm sorry, I thought South America was good. Uruguay, obviously a competent team with multiple world-class players. They didn't get the red card in this match until after we were already up 4-1. Out here bragging about friendlies? Yes. We didn't play qualifying. It's all I got. Not played one good team. Just because we haven't played a European team doesn't mean we haven't played a good team. Ecuador, very good right now. Paraguay qualified for the World Cup. I don't think they're that good, but hey, we won. And then the Uruguay match. The reason I believe the U.S. can beat Belgium, I would have picked the U.S. basically the same up until the Belgium match, is that match against Uruguay was against Uruguay's best players, and we killed them without our best team. We massacred them. Bielsa was like bereft after the match. Yeah, the U.S. does play Belgium in a friendly pre-World Cup. Our run-up is Belgium. They don't have it on the schedule. It was Belgium. It was 3 good teams. Germany? Last one's Germany. Ooh. Oh my God. Bro, I'm gonna crash out. It doesn't save it all. I'm gonna crash out. I literally was just trying to click on it, but I have so many tabs, I accidentally clicked the X. All right. This should take no time at all, chat. I'm not good at clicking, man. I'm not good at clicking. To the VOD we go. Use Control-Shift-T. Control-Shift-T. Cool. Yeah, I reopened it from history, dude. I reopened it from history. Unreal, bro. All right, speed run. We're speed running. Give me the vibe. We're speed running. We're speed running. All right. First match was 1-1. 2-0. Uh, 2-1. 1-0 loss. Yeah, this won't take any time. I got this. 2-2. I picked this. Oh my goodness, dude. If I knew how to click, I would be unstoppable. Yo, God knew if he gave me the clicking ability that I would be too perfect. So he took away my ability to click on anything. All right. This was 2-2. This was 0-3. This was 0-1. This was 4-2. Oh, goodness. 4-2. This was 2-0. This was 1-0. All righty, kids. Got me looking up Jesse Marsh's pants for a little while. Group C. Come on, load, VOD, load. All right. This is 2-3. This is 0-1. This is 1-1. This is 4-0. This is 1-2. It's Morocco 4, Haiti 1. All right, that's that group. We're going. All right, we got the U.S. 1-0 over Paraguay. We got a 2-2 here. We got a 2-0. We got a U.S. 3-0. We've got a 1-1 here and a 1-1 here as well. Nope, it was 1-0. I actually gave it to Australia. Or no, I gave it a 0-0. I gave it a 0-0. Okay. I was deciding there. I was typing. Oh, no. I gave it a 1-0 to Paraguay after a long consideration. Well, that was annoying. Okay. Okay, I'm fast forwarding again. We'll get the next two groups in. We've got 6-1, 0-0, 1-0, 2-3, 1-1, 0-4. Right. Easy. You with me? We're going. They got Mexico out. Oh, what the hell? That's not right. Oh, I think this was a 1-0, wasn't it? It was a 1-0 win to Mexico. I gave them that. Oops. I'm rewinding. When did I change that? I changed it late, dude. Oh, wow. I changed that real late. All right, I'm fast forwarding. All right, next group is this one. Little bracket surgery. I can't believe I misclicked. That's the most me thing ever. Just accidentally deleting 2 hours of picking work. 0-3, 1-0. Yeah, it looks right. Okay. Okay, this one was 4-1 Belgium. I really liked Belgium in this group. I know that. So this was 0-1. I picked New Zealand to lose this match. I picked Belgium to go 2-0 over Iran. I picked New Zealand to lose this 4-0. I picked Egypt and Iran to play a ridiculous 3-3 shootout. I picked this one as 4-1 with an early Cape Verde goal that they then lose. Uruguay to get the win. Uruguay to get the win. And that is where I'm stuck on this point in the fast forward. 1-1, 0-1, 0-2. All right, nice. That is what I left that on. All right, here we go. I've got France 4-2 over Senegal. I've got Norway 5-0 over Iraq. I've got an 0-2 there. I've got France 2-1 over Norway in the Mbappe Holland Bowl. I've got Iraq losing 3-0 to France. And kind of a dead rubber, I've got a draw there. I got Argentina winning 1-0 over Algeria. I've got a 0-0 for Jordan. I've got a loss for Jordan to Algeria. I've got Argentina and Austria at 1-1. I've got Argentina handling Jordan. And I'm sitting there debating this one. And I debated it for a long time and then gave it a 0-0. All right, last two groups. Last two groups. All right, I got my results. I got a 2-1. I got a 1-2. Oop. 1-2. We're getting our picks in. (2-0) to Portugal. This is a nice catch-up for anybody that didn't see any point of this pick. All right, and then the last group. The last group was 0-0, 2-1 to Ghana, 3-1 to Croatia, 2-2, and then 4-0 to England. And then I had Ghana and Croatia. What did I pick? What did I pick? I picked Croatia 1-0. I picked Croatia 1-0. Yes. Okay. I think I got it. I think we're there. Ivory Coast, I had 1-0 over Scotland. France, I had 3-1 over Saudi Arabia, I believe. Yes. Mexico 1-0. Dog. I had Japan winning this match, which was hilarious. I had England winning. But what was the score? 2-1. Spain beating Algeria. I think I had 3-0. Can I get a 3-0, please? Can I get a 3-0, please? Look at the teams and tell me this shouldn't be a 3-0, dog. How have we not gotten a thank you? USA beating Canada 1-0. Belgium beating South Africa 2-0. I think. Score doesn't matter here. Hey, I want to have it picked perfectly, bro. I want to have it picked perfectly. I want to have it picked perfectly. I am replicating exactly what I did last time. To the letter. 2-1. Ecuador beats Norway 1-0. Germany wins this 1-0. What did I say? 3-2 here? Pretty sure I said 3-2. They love a 3-2 on this app. USA Canada depends on which turf. We're getting there. I know. We're getting there. We're on the way. We're making progress. Argentina 1-0 over Uruguay. Turkey with a nice win against Egypt, I believe. I went 3-1. I'll give Marmouche and Salah credit for 1 goal. And then I have Austria beating England 1-0, and we've already decided that's like on a set piece situation. And then Colombia and Ghana, I think I decided to go Colombia 2-1. Let me just make sure. Or I gave him a 3-1. Oh. All right. That's it for that round. Now the round of 16. I gave France a 3-1 over Ivory Coast. Yes, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Thank you. Hey, thank you for the anonymous donation to Warchild. The 35 pounds, we've raised nearly 16,300 pounds for Warchild. We've smashed our original goal of 10,000 pounds. Enjoy your games collection. Shout out to Anonymous for the donation. That's the most important thing going on here, not me tracking down my old picks. I got Japan 3-1. It's not your daddy's Mexico team. They are not very good. I got England losing to Spain 2-1. That's what I had. And I had the U.S. winning 2-1 against Belgium. I remember that. Okay. Pathway 2. We had Morocco and Ecuador. What did I pick here? I picked, I know I picked Ecuador, but what score? I picked Morocco 2-0. The late second goal and a frustrated Morocco team. I see it. I see the vision. I got Germany getting through Croatia on a 1-0. They're kind of Portugaling it right now. Argentina against Turkey. I think I took Argentina to win it 3-2. And then Austria and Colombia. I know I went with Colombia, and that took us to the quarterfinals. Chat, we're so close. We're so close. I took Colombia 2-1. All right, and then we were where we needed to be, right? Then we were where we needed to be. Change tabs again? Oh, no problem. I was nerve-wracking. Okay. Chat, we've done it. I don't mean to alarm anybody, but we have done it. We have rebuilt all of this. W. Now we have France and Japan. Oh, yeah, I told you we're going to lose this match 3-1. I'd already picked that. The U.S. is going to lose this match 3-1 against Spain. Pathway 2, Ecuador and Germany. Oh, this is a penalty shootout. Just who's going to win it? I think Argentina owns Colombia. They get through... Come on. Thank you. You didn't pick Japan, France? I know. That's the toughest one for me. In terms of, I don't know what the result's going to be. This match is haram ball. I know this is going to be 0-0 or 1-1, depends. Like, the point is, I already know where this match is headed. I just have to decide who I want to get through on pens, basically. This is penalties. This match, France and Japan will have more goals in it. One of the worst assumptions that you can make is the genuinely racially charged assumption that Japan is not an athletic team. Them boys can fly. Japan's got a lot of wingers, and those guys can boogie. I've written a paper on announcer. I wrote a paper in graduate school on announcer bias based off race, and it is very strong. Do not make. I mean, France is obviously ridiculously fast as a team. When you have like Mbappe, Dembele, Desiree Doué, right? Those guys can move. But Japan is not a slow team at all. Like, if France wins, it's not going to be because they overwhelm Japan with their athleticism. That's all I'm saying. France is obviously the better team. So I get France and Spain on that side. We're going France. I'm going to Ecuador. France, Spain, Ecuador, Argentina. I think the way this draw has worked out, that's a good quarterfinal for Ecuador. That's a very good quarterfinal for Ecuador. I understand the fatigue argument. I saw that in the chat. But this World Cup's going to be very long. And the reason I keep picking Argentina is because Argentina has the number of every South American team. And so I got Argentina going back to the final against Spain. I think Spain takes this. I think they're a little more hungry at this moment. But I got Spain, Argentina as the final. We're looking for 2-0. Ecuador is very good, but they underperform in tournaments. They do. I said when I picked Ecuador to get through Morocco that I just feel like this should be their time. Ecuador had its best like they've had a couple their last couple of trips to the World Cup, the last couple World Cups, they've had good qualifyings. They've competed with the top teams. They've had good Copa Americas. I feel like this is the moment where the Ecuador that shows up. And the big reason that I'm going with Ecuador in these matches is Ecuador is built to win knockout football. They are impenetrable defensively. They have quality in the midfield. They've got bright young attackers who can catch a vibe. I like, if you can keep a match close, you can win. And I just picked each of the, I mean, the reason I kind of love doing World Cup picks every time is because if you just focus on each individual match and just pick that match, then the whole tournament kind of just unfolds to you. I wasn't coming into this tournament going, Ecuador to the semifinals for sure. Like, if Ecuador's got to play England, I think they go out, you know, like early. I just think the way that the bracket fell to them, I like Ecuador against Norway. I think Ecuador against Morocco are two of those teams that, like, this could be their time. I think Ecuador is going to go in hungrier than Morocco in that particular match, right? Because there's always that extra 10% you have when you didn't have a ton of success in the last World Cup, which you always have to factor in. That's why the team that wins the last World Cup usually doesn't come back again, except for France recently. But, like, It just feels like it's Ecuador's time in that match. And then Germany, I obviously had Germany finishing third in their group. I don't think Germany's national team is not all that. They lost to Slovakia in qualifying. They're still trying to figure it out. They don't have a really coherent offensive punch, although they did find their stride against Slovakia in the last match in World Cup qualifying. But I just think that Ecuador is the right type of team to be able to frustrate Germany. And then I said it's going to pens, and then I'm just picking Ecuador to win in pens. But the way I've ended up picking this out, I didn't have Ecuador as like a team that I was head over heels with. Bro, where is it? France. Spain. That's my World Cup pick. It will change. Obviously, we're going to have to redo it once all the playoffs are done. And once we get, once we see final rosters, injuries, whatever, I'm going to repick it after the playoffs, and I'm going to repick it right before the World Cup starts. But my initial World Cup pick has a final between Spain and Argentina that gives me a Spain world champion. That is my initial World Cup pick based off of right after the draw. We don't know the rosters. We don't know the injuries going in. We don't know teams' final form, and we don't know the playoff teams. Yeah. This is going to be a video? Yeah, I think we'll probably cut this up and put it up on the Zealand Live channel, so you should be able to rewatch the thought process on every single match, because I talked my way through every single one of these matches. But that is where we've landed, based off picking each of these matches. You got me when you said the U.S. going past the groups. Look, I realize hating on the U.S. is easy, and that's probably bait, but the United States B team did just beat Uruguay 5-1 in a friendly against Uruguay's A team. Like, the U.S., even if you factor in, like, weighting it for friendlies, the U.S. just beat Paraguay, Japan, and Uruguay pretty convincingly. So, I mean, the U.S. is going to be the betting favorite, I believe, against at least Paraguay and Australia. And all the U.S. has to do is finish third to get out of the group. I mean, I think it is the way I will word it, it is an against the odds pick to say the U.S. is not going to get out of the group. Do you like to? We've actually beaten Australia and Paraguay in the last 4 months. And we're at home. And we are also at home. Uruguay's main squad really is not old. That was the last World Cup. Uruguay's main squad has guys like Araujo and Bentancur, and they didn't start Darwin in that last match. But it's not like an overly old Uruguayan team. Valverde, I knew, dude, you could see it on my face if you rewatch those 3 seconds. I'm like, there's another midfielder. I can't remember his name. Fede Valverde, obviously. Yeah. But yeah, I think the U.S. has a group that is not overly dangerous. Every World Cup group has its pitfalls, but I think the U.S. has a group that is not overly dangerous. And I think the U.S., especially if it can win that opening match against Paraguay, will have the full wind in their sails going into the Australia match. I think it is difficult. The U.S. against it's Turkey, right? The U.S. against Turkey is a tough one. I think Turkey's a better team. But we did not get one of the harder groups, that's for sure. Which we weren't likely to get one of the harder groups because we're a pot one team. So, will I simulate this using FM? Yes, I will try to. I think you're overestimating Turkey. I mean, Turkey just drew Spain. Like, Turkey is, and obviously I love Spain. I got them winning the whole thing. So how do I save this? How do I save this prediction? Download. Download feature coming soon. Copy link didn't work for me either. That's the neat part. You don't save it. Now, I mean, we have it saved on the VOD. We have it saved on the VOD. My final prediction for a group of death is the one with Senegal, France, and Norway. That's a wicked group. Those are three teams, none of whom I would be surprised to see in the quarterfinal, based off how everything falls. I think France and Norway and Senegal all are teams that reasonably, based off the way matches could fall, could be in the quarterfinal without pulling a major upset. And that's a pretty tough group. Obviously, whoever the hell comes squibbing out of Bolivia, Suriname, and Iraq is going to get smacked around a little bit. But that's probably my group of death. I mean, the England's group is not easy. Croatia, Ghana, and Panama. That's like a 32-team World Cup type group. The U.S. got a 48-team World Cup type group, which I appreciate. Obviously happy about that. Morocco, Brazil, Scotland is also a tough group. It was one of the candidates for the group of death. Hey, Hassan, thank you for the $2 donation. Does Virginia beat Duke tomorrow? Hell yeah, Virginia beats Duke tomorrow. Come on. Go Hoos, baby. Go Hoos. Hell yeah, Virginia beats Duke tomorrow. All right, chat. Thank you so much to everybody that donated today. We had a good stream today, just breaking down World Cup nonsense. We are going to be ripping the charity save both days this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, I will be here ripping the charity save. Thank you for coming along with me as we picked our different saves. But we have raised so much money for War Child. We have spent all of the mini clip funds match pay, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. No, we'll be keeping track of scores and matches and stuff while we go along. See if anybody else is. I'm checking different streamers. All right, let's raid somebody that's raising money. Let's raise somebody that's raising money. Do a little jingle jam raid. Oh, Yogscast is playing Civ. Oh, let's raid in, dude. The Yogscast is playing Civ. You know I love Civ. That's tremendous. All right, we're ripping our save all weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be raising money. Hopefully we can hit that 20,000 pounds, which is double our original goal over the next 2 days. That'll be awesome. All right, raid. Thank you guys for hanging out for the draw. It was a little long-winded, but we got there eventually, didn't we? We got there eventually. Have a good one, YouTube. Go Virginia. Obviously, I'm streaming again before the title game, but Virginia's playing this weekend. Freaking go Hoos, baby. The Virginia Cavaliers playing for an ACC championship. My Virginia Cavaliers playing for an ACC championship. Thank you for all the money we've raised. Thank you for supporting the stream with subs. Ton of bits today as well. Love you guys. Fist bump. I'll see you tomorrow. The World Cup draw is in. It is what it is now, brother. It is what it is. All righty, a little word of the day for our YouTube frogs, perhaps. Inoculate. Good word. Inoculate. Inoculate. Oh, you couldn't hear that because I have it muted. Hold on. Let me unmute for you. All right, inoculate.
Inoculate.
INOCULAT. Inoculate. To inoculate a person or animal is to introduce immunologically active material, such as an antibody or an antigen, into them, especially in order to treat or prevent a disease. Inoculate can also mean to introduce something, such as a microorganism, into a suitable situation for growth. And in figurative use, it can mean to protect as if by inoculation, or to introduce something into the mind of. The 1796 English physician Edward Jenner discovered that inoculating people with cowpox could provide immunity against smallpox. The cheese is inoculated with a starter culture to promote fermentation. Hell of a word. W inoculate. You inoculated us. I got you. All right. Use inoculate today. It's a tough word.